I'd like to call the meeting of the Budget Review Committee to order on 17 May 2010 and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Normal for me.
Chairman Deane,
Here?
Alderman Cookson,
Here.
Alderman Wilshire,
Here.
Alderman Sheehan, Alderman Flynn is here, Alderman Malizi-Gola, and Alderman Cox.
Present.
Also present are Alderman McCarthy, Alderman Presley, Alderman Craffey, Alderman Clemmons, Alderman Sheehan. I heard today that she was ill and was not going to be here this evening. And I would imagine Alderman Malizi-Gola was probably either stuck in traffic or she had some other commitment. You know, she has a very hectic schedule. This evening, we're going to discuss Department 581. I'd like to ask the mayor to come up. I don't know where she went. Oh. She'll be here in just a few minutes. I'd like to give some opening remarks pertaining to this operating budget, as we've done with all the departments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee. As you've heard me say, and not to be repetitive, I do feel that I've brought you a budget that balances what our needs are with what our ability is to take care of those needs. I, like many of you, would probably be quite comfortable if we did not have to face some of these very difficult decisions that we are faced with right now through our budget process. As many of you know, in the last few years, as I've worked with the different departments, and I'll speak tonight specifically with the school department, I have tried to understand what their needs were while still trying to meet either the spending cap or provisions that I required under my budget in order to meet other needs that may have been present. In the past, we were able to have a meeting of the minds. I've had a great opportunity to work with the school board and the superintendent, and we've brought their budget in a little higher than other departments in the last couple of years. This year is no exception, and when we learned of some of the greater challenges that we were facing with the deficit that was found, we in particular had to focus on how the school could meet its demands and still fall within the parameters that I had set for the budget. As you know, all the departments in the city have taken a cut in order to be able to allow the school to come in at a just under 6% increase in an effort to try to give them the opportunity to meet the needs that they had in the difficult circumstances that we found ourselves in. The school board adopted, with some changes, what the superintendent had brought to the board. They increased by just over $100,000 the superintendent's recommendation. I accepted that as they provided it to me. I did not request further cuts from them. And one of the things that I'm a little bit concerned about, that we're all hearing about, is the conversation surrounding, please suspend the spending cap and put more dollars into the budget. And as you know, I've brought the budget in at $1 million below the spending cap. The spending cap doesn't provide that additional challenge this year as it may have in years past. The challenge, frankly, is having enough revenue to cover the costs of even getting to the spending cap where we predispose to go to that full amount. The budget that I've presented to you, my best estimate right now, and as I've explained multiple times, it is really a difficult moving target right now, both with the city's revenues being below normal and with the loss of state revenue. Last year we lost about $6 million in state revenue. This year we've lost another $6 million. The governor's proposal has been bouncing from House bill to Senate bill, heading probably to a committee of conference, which could potentially take away another $1.2 million. This budget reflects that. My best guess right now is if all of the cuts that we've been told could happen on the state level happen, we are going to be faced with a budget that increases taxes in this community more than 4%. I think that's a significant amount in a single tax year. And as people will tell you, people are willing to pay more right now because they're concerned about education and what those cuts mean. And I don't disagree with that. I think most people, if you ask them, would say that it is a valuable investment and we should invest that way. What I can't impress upon people enough is there's a difference between being willing to do that and being able to do that. And I think that that gets lost sometimes in the translation of how this plays out. You know, my son is a junior at Nashua High School South. I'm not happy about some of the things they're faced with, but I think that what the school is presenting is not something that's irreversible. I think that it is important that our business community and others are able to look at this city and see that we invest and believe and support education. I think this budget does that. I think compared to other communities, our cuts are not as deep. And I think that's because of the value that we place on education, which, as I said, is why I asked other divisions and departments to take hits. We too, on our senior management level, have frozen all of our salaries, mine and the senior staff included, in an effort to, as I said, it's not big dollars, but it's an effort to show that we value other services that this budget provides. If I had a magic wand, things would be a little different. Somehow that seems to be on the blink right now. As we move towards the closure of our books and our September deadline for me to tell you about surplus and other things, that will certainly make a difference on what this budget looks like. I don't want to alarm people unnecessarily about what that percentage increase might look like. I just want to make sure I paint for you the entire picture. So I believe what you'll be talking about tonight with the school board is no different than what I've talked to them about in preparing my budget. I know that they're here tonight to present, and I know that at the public hearing tomorrow that we'll hear more from folks about what their concerns are, and we'll make decisions as we move forward through wrap-up. I'm happy to answer questions of me if you have them before I head out.
Anyone have any questions of the mayor? Being none, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Let the record reflect that Alderman Lozeau has joined us and Alderman Vitale has joined us as well. General public comment. Anyone wishing to give general public comment can come up, give their name, address, and city or town in which they reside, and speak away.
Hi, I'm Bob Sherman. I'm president of the Nashua Teachers Union, whose office is 7C Taggart Drive. I do live in Pelham, and I am an elected member of the Budget Committee, which some of you new members may not know. So I know what you are going through. Just to let you know, over in Pelham, we had $1 million deficit in our school budget that had to be covered. So, and I also know, and again, this is what the mayor was just recently referring to, is the uncertainty of the funding that's coming from the state, because the Department of Education is also supposed to get over another $12 million if they go by the anticipated formula. So, you know, all that is up in the air. But let me get to my prepared remarks, if I may. I will not stand before you tonight seeking to have all the 80-plus teacher, paraprofessional, and secretary positions restored that have been eliminated from the school district in the last 2 years. Financially, that's not possible. And student numbers have declined in the last 2 years, necessitating a look at the staffing levels in our schools. I am, however, going to ask that this committee to restore sufficient high school positions to eliminate the need for study halls at the high schools. The establishment of these study halls signals a significant shift in our educational priorities in Nashua. Philosophically, it has always been our belief that students are best served when they're given a wide variety of course offerings from which to choose. The teachers that were eliminated taught courses in the arts, trades, business, physical education, FATS, which is family and consumer science departments. I believe that the funding to restore these positions exists in the present proposed Board of Education approved budget. The severance amount asked for in that budget is $1.8 million. It is my belief, based on the anticipated resignations and retirements, that $800,000 should cover the need for the severance payment for the fiscal year 2011. From the balance of that account, $800,000 could be used to cover the needed staff to eliminate the study halls. When student learning opportunities are directly impacted, as they are with the study hall plan, we need to re-examine our priorities and look for solutions that benefit students rather than limit their ability to compete in this ever-changing global economy. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. You hear me?
Absolutely.
All right. My name's Nick Dahl. I live at 6 Indian Rock Road here in Nashua. I just wanted to speak for just a moment on the changes to bus transportation for Nashua Catholic Junior High School students this coming year. I thank the mayor for talking to me on Saturday about this, and Mr. Conrad for responding to an email. I assume you know, or maybe you don't, but briefly, Nashua Catholic students this coming school year will now have to get on the bus in their neighborhood and ride down to their public middle school, and then they will be shuttled up to Nashua Catholic. Now, state statute, and I'm no lawyer, but state statute requires that the same transportation privileges are provided for public students in public school, excuse me. I don't see how picking up my child and driving him down all the way from Northwest Nashua to Elm Street, making him wait for a shuttle bus, and then driving him all the way back up to North Nashua is the same privilege for transportation. I had asked in my email to various people who are probably sick of hearing from me for some details on the financial analysis that showed what kind of cost savings this would provide the city. Mr. Conrad told me it would allow 3 bus routes to be eliminated, and that would save $118,885. Now, to me, that's an average of $39,628 for each of those buses. Now, I cannot imagine that it costs in effect, over $40,000 for each of the bus routes we're running for Nashua Catholic students. Because, of course, we have to factor in the cost of shuttling these kids back up to Nashua Catholic. Somehow we're doing that. So $118,000 or $119,000 just seems like an incredible cost savings for eliminating bus routes, yet still shuttling these kids to school. So I would ask you to maybe look into the details to support that cost savings and consider adding that service, which I think is required by state statute for Nashua Catholic students. They've always had it. I had it when I was a Nashua Catholic student 30 years ago. And you know, I know that people say, well, you choose to send your child to parochial school. I do, but I pay my share of taxes, and all I'm asking from the school district in Nashua is to get my child to school. And you know, I think there's probably about 800 students, maybe 900 students in Nashua that live in Nashua going to parochial school, and they are not putting a burden on the school district. And if we're spending $11,000 to $12,000 per student to educate a student in Nashua, that's $10 million that we're not costing the city to send our children to school. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one. We're gonna go, is Mr. Conrad still here? Want to come and join us along with your chief financial officer and whatever other part of the group you want to bring up with you? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats up here. Mr. Conrad, do you have a handout for us before we get started?
I had believed that the handout we essentially had was something you received in your package.
Everybody received
Bill
that?
Levering. This was the response to your questions, Alderman Deane, along with essentially a PowerPoint presentation that outlines some basics of our budget.
Tell you what we'll do, I guess, or whatever you want to do, it's up to you. What we've been doing is we've been going through your operating budget, I believe, starts on page 178. If you want to give a general overview before we get started going through, we'll go through your revenues and your appropriations, but if you want to, whatever you want to do for a presentation overview, if you want to go off of this.
Sure. Yep, okay, so you did receive that.
Yeah,
Good.
whatever, that's fine too. I mean,
Okay.
So,
If I could do that, that would be terrific, and I'll
there's a
just...
little switch on the light over there that turns there. That might help you out. There you go.
Thank you. If I could just very quickly address some specific slides as part of this overview. This did provide you an overview for our budget, and what I would like to note are just a couple of slides. If you turn to page 2, the 4th slide at the bottom.
Does everybody have a copy of this?
It didn't,
If it is in your packet, okay.
I understood it was placed in the...
Do you have any X ones?
I don't, unfortunately, because I had understood everybody received a copy in their packet.
It's okay.
Those who don't want them, are you all set, Alderman Vitale?
Yeah.
Alderman Craffey? I can stop and make copies real quick.
That's okay, I can glance over, and I have it, I've read through it.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you all set?
Thank you.
Okay,
There's a slide labeled significant line item changes.
that's
and
on page,
It's on page 2, but it's slide 4 at the bottom,
okay, thank you.
labeled significant line item changes. Clearly, the budget difficulties we had at the beginning of this year carried forward into next year. And this slide, I think, very clearly shows why our budget was increasing as high as it was, even with the reductions we've had to make. You can see among severance, out-of-district placements, and staff turnover, we've essentially added $2.5 million into our budget to assure, not to reflect sharp increases in costs, but to reflect our true liabilities based on costs that have been increasing over time, but have not been adequately budgeted for in the last 2 or 3 years. You can also see on there a CTE tuition account, which was an account we had accrued a fund balance in over time that was essentially drained, right. That is a fair word, I think, to get through this year. So that is one of that slide in itself, I think, provides a good understanding of why our budget is increasing as sharply as it is, despite the reductions we've had to make. The next couple of slides really point to reductions in personnel. And as we think about reductions in personnel, we've looked at it in 2 ways. We had over 60 positions we held vacant this year to reduce our liabilities. They weren't necessarily always the best decisions we could make if we had to reduce positions, because we could only work on what was open at the time. Some of those positions we've determined do make sense within the context of reducing positions to eliminate. They're vacant now. Nobody's being laid off as a result of eliminating those positions. They certainly have an educational impact. So in the column, as you look through this where it says vacant and it says yes, that really reflects positions that were left vacant this year that we've eliminated. So you can see there were 9 positions at the elementary level that were left vacant this year. We have not cut any positions that are currently filled at the elementary level because of the class sizes there.
Were they funded? Were they funded this year?
The vacant positions were not funded. We had to reduce our expenditures in July and August. I think it was about $2.8 million. And that was one of the significant ways we did that, was to leave those positions vacant.
So the net effective really is 0 then, right? If you didn't fill them,
We didn't fill them.
This year, you're not putting them in the budget.
Right. The point I want to make with this is as you look at the impact of reductions in our budget, you really have to look at the two-year impact. We've had large reductions this year through vacancies that are being eliminated on top of additional reductions for next year.
But the dollar impact is zero though, right? From one year to the next, the dollar impact is zero on your operating budget. The FTEs
Yes.
went away, but there was
Yes.
no dollar change.
Right. Although we have identified what the savings was in making those reductions. From our revised budget, there's no savings moving forward. That's correct.
Because it's a zero.
Right, because it's already been left vacant.
Okay, thank you.
The, in the middle schools, you can see a number of reductions that reflect existing positions. There were only 2 positions in the middle schools that were left vacant this year. There were 10 additional positions, including secretaries and teachers, that are being eliminated. If you look at our high schools, we had a few positions that were vacant this year that have been eliminated. Most of the positions, the 15 teaching positions, are currently filled, and we would eliminate those teaching positions, and based on our class sizes, the only way we were able to do that is to reduce credit opportunities for students and to place them in study halls. Within special education, I would also note for our high schools, there were a number of security monitor positions we eliminated. Within special education, we did not, ultimately, we cut 19.5 positions. We did not eliminate any additional positions this coming year. All of these positions were left vacant and subsequently eliminated. When in athletics and extracurricular activities, we have established an athletic and student activity fee, which we anticipate will raise $200,000. And that was one of the approaches we used to restoring reductions that I had proposed to a number of sports programs, as well as balancing our overall budget. We're also utilizing an athletic trust fund, 2/3 of the balance we have in that. And I'm moving through very quickly. I know we have a long night. Under student support services, there are a number of teachers we've eliminated, in addition to 3 school buses. Our REACH program would be impacted by reducing both leaving positions vacant and eliminating an additional position, and it would be rather than essentially working as a K-8 program or a grade 1-8 program, it would become a 3, 4, and 5 program. We've closed the Phoenix program in this proposal, but we've taken the positions. There are currently 13 teaching positions within the Phoenix program, and then the remaining positions are support positions that would be reflected in a small school. You have a principal, director, secretary, nurse, custodians, security monitor, those kinds of positions, several paraprofessionals. We've eliminated those positions along with the cost of maintaining the facility, but we've redeployed the 12 of the 13 teaching positions back to students' home schools so we can develop services for students at risk, including Phoenix program students and other students. So there's a net savings of about $309,000 there. And that's really in reducing support positions or overhead, but retaining teaching positions in the system. Instructional support services was largely addressed through reductions in non-personnel areas. We did leave vacant a position in our technology department. Non-instructional support collectively has lost 15 teaching positions, including a number of secretaries and administrative staff. I would also note that, as the mayor has done on the municipal side, central office administrators, principals, assistant principals, directors, and assistant directors will not have voluntarily taken a wage freeze for the coming year. And that initiative actually came from within our principals group. We've also eliminated a number of plant operation positions, including 4 custodians, repair technician, and a security monitor. And so collectively, those reductions total $3.8 million. I would point you to just one other document that summarizes the reductions in personnel, and that's, as part of the package you received, you have a summary of positions and reductions. Between this year and next, with positions that have been left vacant and subsequently eliminated, and existing positions that would be eliminated for next year, we are eliminating 88 positions from the school district. I would note of those 88, half of those are teaching positions, half are other positions. I would further note that within the 44 teaching positions, we have had to lay off 21 positions. Those are people currently in positions who would otherwise have been teaching in the district next year. We have a number of retirements, resignations, some beginning teachers who may not be renewed for reasons other than a reduction in force, but we have 21 positions that have been eliminated through a reduction in force process. And that's a very brief overview of our process and where we are.
When you go into non-instructional support services, how many people in your building aren't being asked to come back?
We've eliminated 2 senior administrators, the associate superintendent and the director of student services. We also eliminated a secretarial position this year that was vacant.
The Director of Student Services, how long had that position been in place?
I believe it'd been in place 3 years.
That's the one where Chris Hoddle created this position?
Well, there was a restructuring that took place shortly after Mr. Hoddle came to the position, and
But he created this position, right?
I believe so.
And then he hired his friend.
Well, we went through a hiring process, and he hired
And hired his
a
friend.
very experienced individual for that position.
So you're losing one associate, and that individual's retiring?
Yes,
That would be Ed Henry?
yes, and the individual and the director of student services being laid off. We also eliminated 1.5 assistant principal positions, and we eliminated an assistant director of plan operations, in addition to 3 secretaries, 1 in each of our middle schools, and then the reduction of a secretary from the Phoenix program.
How many assistants does the plan operations would have? 2? Now they only have 1?
I believe they had 3, they'll have 2. One handles the maintenance side, one focuses on the custodial side and school security, school safety.
And the director does what?
Well, I have a
Department head. I mean, I'm just trying to understand, everybody seems to have all these assistants. I know Mr. Smith is actively involved with the school construction projects and everything else, but
Well, we have about 150 people who work on our plant operations program, so,
that's your janitorial staff, plus your maintenance,
Janitorial
your
plus
plumber, your
maintenance.
electricians, your carpenters.
right, we
your-
have about 15 to 20 maintenance staff. I think
that-
around 15,
And then there's a gentleman that runs a custodial.
right. So it gets into, then we have, they have several security staff, one of which is being eliminated in the process. But you know, you have, when you have a department with 150 staff, you need supervisors who can supervise 150 people.
Well, how does the union work at that point? Is there UAW, the UAW, the custodians?
Well, we have AFSCME, is the union within, is
The
the bargaining group
custodians.
within the custodians. Right.
And then the supervisors of the ASME union are, is that a?
Well, within the, you can't have supervisors within the bargaining group, so essentially, Mr. Smith and the assistant director serve as the supervisors through the program.
No, I understand that. Like Public Works has an ASME portion and a UAW portion. UAW is the supervisors in the ASME are the, street department fellows and park rec and things of that
Right.
nature.
Within the bargaining unit, we have, for example, head custodians during the day who can provide some direction to the custodial crew at night, or we have a head custodian at the high school where we have a larger nighttime crew. They can provide day-to-day direction and assign tasks, but when it comes to actually evaluating performance, addressing issues of performance or complaints, that would have to be addressed through a non-union position, which would be one of those assistant directors or,
So the head custodian isn't an ASME employee?
no, they are,
They are.
they are.
And they get to boss the other ASME employees around, or give them duties and
They can give
tasks?
them duties, tasks. If somebody's out, they may reallocate what people are doing on the shift that night. But if you're looking at the evaluation process with written evaluations, if you're looking at the hiring process, ongoing supervision, that has to come from non-AFSCME staff, which would be our supervisory staff and plant operation.
Question, Mr. Chairman?
Alderman Presley?
Thank you. Mr. Conrad, you mentioned there'd been a drop in the student population. Do you have a number to give us, and where is that being felt, at any one school, or is it spread throughout the whole system?
We have an enrollment projection that's made each year by NESDEC, the New England School Development Council. And what they're projecting next year is an overall drop from about 12,395 students to 12,172. Now, well, I was looking at that before the meeting tonight, anticipating there might be a question. And they're looking at a reduction, we're looking at a reduction of about 300 students at the high school level across the 4,000 students there. But we're looking at a small increase among our elementary and middle schools of about 100 students. Now, again, that would be 100 students over, what, about 8,000. So relatively stable to very small gains at the elementary, middle school level, a reduction in students at the high school level, which is helping us, but we continue to have very large class sizes at the high school, even with the advent of the study halls. And they've gotten larger in recent years as we've gotten more efficient at scheduling, so we don't go beyond the number of students you can have in that class before you either reach a limit based on state standards or our overage limits in our teacher's contract. But as high school scheduling goes, we're pretty efficient compared to other districts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Alderman McCarthy?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, what do our projections show for out years at this point?
Let me look that up for you.
Is this generated by NESDEC as well?
It is. They actually make a multi-year projection.
And how stale is this? This from a couple years ago, or?
No, they update it each year. So this was updated in, I think, January based on our October 1st enrollment information, and they look at birth rates for that point in time.
I remember one year they were off by one student, remember that?
Yeah, they've been pretty close. So if you look at next year going to 12,172, following year it goes to 12,000, the next year it goes to 11,800. It then seems to stabilize around between 11,700 and 11,800 students. So that as you get to 2019, 2020, there are just over 11,800 students.
Alderman McCarthy?
Is that, is the distribution of that uniform, or?
If you look at 9 through 12, next year it would be 3894, so just under 3,900 students. It continues to drop to about 3,700 the following year, 3,500 the year after that, and then stabilizes around there.
And what happens to the K-5 schools in that time frame?
K-5, and I can certainly provide you with a copy of this. It's all on one page. K-5 basically is pretty stable. It's 5426 projected for next year. It's an increase of about 15 students, but it's 5397 in 10 years. So it runs basically around 5,400 students all the way through. So very little change projected.
I always get nervous when we have a year when elementary school enrollments start to go up.
Well, because it always worked this way up through, actually. And just to complete the loop, I guess, 6 through 8 is actually going up from 2575 this year to 2628. And it stays right around 26 to 2650 all the way through 10 years. So your elementary, middle school enrollments are very stable over the next 10 years. Your high school goes down a little bit, but not as significant as we might anticipate given the demographics we've been seeing around the country.
You all set, Brian?
Yep.
Alderman Preston?
Thank you. What's the status of the portable classrooms? You still use all the ones you have, or have you been able to eliminate any of those?
We've eliminated the portable well, let's see. We've eliminated the portable classroom at Fairgrounds Middle School. We are still working with the 2 portable classrooms at Pennachuck Middle School. And we've retained, it's 4 classrooms, 2 units. And we've retained the 3 units, 6 classrooms at Elm Street Middle School. We would have been able to eliminate, I think, one of the portables at Elm Street this coming year, except for the fact that we established a number of new classrooms as a site-based alternative program as the outcome of bringing Phoenix students back. We actually established 4 new positions at Elm Street designed to provide a semi-self-contained program for students at risk, and they'll need some classroom space. They won't necessarily be out in the portable, but because they had to reallocate some classrooms within the building, they then moved some classrooms out into the portables.
Thank you.
I'd like to turn to page 52 and start on the revenues. Department 481.
I'm sorry, what page was that?
Page 52 in the yellow pages.
Oh, the yellow page. Can you speak to these? Do you want us to review them, or do you have questions, or how would you like to
Well,
proceed?
Normally what I do is I ask anybody if they have any questions in this area. Your education adequacy money, that flows in different time periods, Mr. Donovan?
Yes, that comes through twice a year, and that's a pretty solid number based on what we received from the state for this year, this coming year.
Ms. Conrad?
I would make a couple comments, I guess. That may not even be reflected here because they've come out very recently. This gets back to the mayor's concerns that she raised about losing money from the state. The state looks like it's going to have a significant proration of special education catastrophic aid. So that may, in fact, that $685,000 may be overstated. The interesting piece, though, is that state adequacy grant, because the district may be in line for approximately $12 million over the next biennium, depending upon what happens with the school funding formula. That's one area where the city's actually been receiving a 15% increase every 2 years. And next year, because they've removed the so-called collar, which limited the growth of those funds under the formula to where you should be as a community, we could be in line for significantly additional revenue. The issue that the state faces, though, is to rework the formula without the 15% limitation that communities had is going to cost the state about another $140 million over the biennium, and then they're potentially, after next year, losing the ERA funds that they had at the state level of about $140 million over these past 2 years. So I think it remains to be seen where the funding formula ultimately winds up, given the size of the increases they would need to fully fund the formula. So that, I think that's an unknown going into the process. But That seems to be one area where the state has assured that funds were not being cut from the prior year, I think because of the legal concerns they've had over time regarding that funding.
But they took $150 million of stimulus money to
They did,
stand this up
they did,
because of their revenue issues,
right,
which is a one-time funding source that now goes away.
correct. The funding cliff, they call it.
Funding cliff?
Anyone else have any questions on the revenue side? Alderman Vitale?
When do we find out, when do we find out exactly what that is? That
Do we have any
amount?
state legislators in the room? Because I think it depends on when the legislature works through their budget for next
You know,
year. So presumably it's by
approximately
June 30th, I think,
June
is when they're
30th.
supposed to have a budget in place.
And also in the revenues, we were talking about the fees for athletics. Are they within here in the revenue?
That would be in the special revenue.
Special revenue account, okay.
Those pages start on page 232.
Okay, I just wanted to double check, thanks.
Any other questions in this area? Alderman Lozeau?
Yes, line 650, the tuition out of district, where is that money coming from? And
That's basically income from, let's say, a teacher lives in Derry, wants to bring a child into the district, would pay for that, or that's children coming from outside of the city of Nashua.
we saw an increase this year.
Yes, but it's a difficult thing to project, obviously.
It's $7,681 you've received to date. Is that for one child?
I'm not 100% sure. It's one or two.
If the figures continually roll out at $11,000 per child, and this is one or two children, why is the out-of-district revenue so low? Why don't we charge the actual cost for people to place their children in our school district that it cost us to educate them for the year?
Well, assuming they were there for the whole year, that's what we do.
Well, the rate-setting process is through the state, so it's based on what our cost per pupil is that's been identified in the prior year. But there's I believe it's a policy that's been in place for many years that say that teachers can bring their children in at half the tuition rate.
Is that in the teacher's contract?
No, I believe it's just a policy. And of course, the incremental cost is less than the cost per pupil, so it hasn't been raised as a concern in the past.
Any other questions in here? Not, I wanted to go right to page 232 in the pink pages. This starts with this is your food service program. Do you have this, Mr. Conrad?
I do. Yeah, I'm on that page.
Revenues generated by the food service program offset the cost of the maintenance and operations of the employees and
I'd let
facilities, correct?
Mr. Donovan respond to questions on food service. Okay. I don't think he heard your question.
I didn't hear you.
The revenues garnered through the sale of lunches basically cover the cost of maintenance and operations of the food service program, right?
Yeah, the main two revenue sources for the food services, children paying for the lunch, and then the state pays a significant portion also.
That's the revenue from grant, and then that's in the, shows the total revenues of $3.2 million to date as of 3/31.
Right. So the grant would be the state, and the revenue from lunches would be the children, from the families.
So it's $2.2 million from the state and $2.6 million from lunch money, as they call it.
Alderman Deane.
Yes,
Sorry, so the reimbursement from the state is for low socioeconomic students, that, free and reduced lunch. That's where that's coming from.
I have a question. Although the facilities are, whole, the maintenance of the facility itself, the janitorial duties and things of that nature, are they charged back to the food service program?
Anything that the state allows us to charge back, we charge back.
Where would I find custodial services in here? I see severance, food service part-time monitors and substitutes,
We don't charge,
cooks, coordinator, and the director, but I don't see any.
we don't charge back custodial, and typically most programs you'll find don't charge for custodial, debt service on the, the kitchen portion of the school, and typically don't pay for utilities. And I think that comes to the economics of the program. Beyond those elements, it's self-supporting, but typically those are not charged back. And quite candidly, the custodial piece, as far as cleaning the kitchen at the end of the day, is relatively minor, because that's really the responsibility. Much of that's the responsibility of the staff. The custodians do come in to clean the floors and the like, but, the issue.
So I'm sure they don't wash the equipment and things like that, but there's the
Right.
lunchroom and everything else. It's
Right.
Mr. Hollowell?
Yeah, I think there's also some pretty hefty federal rules if you're going to get federal reimbursement for those dollars. We did have some discussions during the budget where I asked the question that you're asking as to, should we calculate what the utility costs are, what the maintenance costs are? And you really can't do that. The federal government doesn't allow you to do that and still take the money from the federal government for the reimbursement, which comes through the state, obviously, through the free and reduced lunch program.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Donovan looked into that as a question.
Yeah, you had to have a separate meter for each,
A separate utility meter for each
yeah,
facility?
yeah, if you were gonna charge that
Ran
back.
into a similar problem when we had lunch monitors, but the lunch monitors were used for other
That was
purposes.
a few years ago, I remember that.
And so that got shot down later on. We had to reverse that.
Your travel, who are we paying $4,000 to drive around? Who is that? Is that contractual, or?
Well, we typically pay staff when they're on business with their own vehicles, and we have a director of food services and 4 or 5 supervisors who supervise multiple, among the 17 kitchens. So you're really looking at travel of administrative staff around during working hours.
So there's 7 coordinators? Are those the supervisors?
Well, there's the director, and then
7 coordinators, then there's 21 food service cooks.
right.
Division admin, is that contractual?
That position would be on that most likely would be those coordinators with the director, and they're non-affiliated, so it's not a contractual requirement in that way, but they're afforded the same benefits other non-affiliated staff are within the district, other non-affiliated administrative staff.
So when you go from a bargaining group to being an administrator, you get the same benefits the bargaining group gets?
There are some differences. Typically, you get the same health insurance plans. There are differences in dental. I can't speak specifically to the others, but
Is
they're
that,
similar.
is that policy set by the Board of Education?
Yes. I think the issue we have with non-affiliated staff, they've grown significantly over the years. I think largely reflecting the fact that as the world of education has gotten more complex, we've had to establish positions that don't match any other positions in the district. So, for example, when we started our technology program 15 years ago and went beyond simply having someone who repaired a computer, we established technology positions that were unaffiliated, and those have grown over time. Collectively, we now have about 150 non-affiliated positions, but we don't have a specific wage scale plan. We do have some consistency in our benefits, but we don't relate the benefits to the specific levels of the positions in a calculated or systemic way. We don't have a personnel handbook for those folks. We don't have a process for annual review. We often do review them, but we don't have the system we need in place for the growth of non-affiliated staff. So one of the goals I'll be bringing forward to the Board of Education as part of our strategic plan for next year will be to establish the salary scales, salary ladders, benefit programs that we need to have in place in a systemic way. So they're more clearly delineated. So that's an area we need to focus on as an organization.
I was under the impression that a few years ago, there was a little contentiousness about, we were reviewing our merit handbook. And I believe the Board of Education said, well, they were waiting to see what we were gonna do. And that they were gonna follow suit with, and take a look at the merit handbook after we went through it, and probably mirror that for their unaffiliated. And, you know, we spent an inordinate amount of time on that, and we did a lot of compromising, but we finally passed it, and I thought that the Board of Education was gonna pick up that merit handbook and basically, you know, obviously review it and then,
Right.
you know, make their changes and then adopt it afterwards. but-
Well, that was one of the first concerns members of the board raised with me when I came in as the new superintendent. So I think they have been conscious of the need to work in that direction. And then other things overtook us this year, and we haven't been able to focus on that, but I do expect we will be in the coming year.
Alderman Presley,
Thank you. This is probably a silly question.
no questions are silly.
How do you merge these two systems? It seems as though the grants are very specific, and yet the other budget, you're given a large amount and you disperse it. So I would think you'd almost need two sets of books. How do you merge the grant money and the tax dollars?
Well, the grant money's kept totally separate. Each grant has its own sort of set of books, so to speak. So that's kept
You have
totally separate.
multiple books then, multiple sets of books.
Well, multiple accounts maybe,
Okay.
not necessarily sets of books. But there's the 581 accounts, which is the majority of the operating expenses, and then each grant is tracked separately.
Is it ever a problem that they merge, or you have the two different types funding the same project or the same,
You don't.
you don't at
No,
all?
what you have is in the warrant, which is the city's checkbook,
Yeah.
you'll see the 581 appropriations that are charged against the 5-digit commodity codes. Then you'll see the revenue accounts, such as this one here, which sits all by its lonesome, where the back charges to these commodity codes are made, in that case, the Title I money. As you go through the warrant, you can see where they were
Each
charged
one is
back to.
going. Okay.
And by law, those special revenue accounts or revenue funds are set up for a specific purpose and can't be deviated from. You can't accept money for, say, the fruits and vegetable program and go out and stop buying school buses with the money. You can't do that. It's got to be used for the specific purpose that it was accepted for.
Further, how does that impact the employees then? Because some of the employees, would you ever have an employee that was funded from two sources?
Occasionally, most employees are funded from one source, but there can be an employee that is funded from two sources, yes.
I would also say that, and this is more of a contractual and historical piece, if you're in a teaching position and you're funded on a grant, for example, we have IDEA, which is our special education funding. We have teachers on that grant. Some of them may be doing very similar things to teachers and the operating budget. That grant is specifically there to help fund the cost of special education. So from the standpoint of seniority and how they are treated in a, say, a reduction in force position, they're actually all part of the same bargaining group and treated continuously between the grant and the funding source. So from a financial standpoint, the accounts are kept separate. From a personnel standpoint, or how we establish salaries, or the contract bargaining agreements that people work under, or how we set salaries for unaffiliated staff, funding source doesn't make a difference.
Thank you.
Mr. Hollowell?
I just wanted to point out, so the food service, since that's what we started out talking about, that's a self-sustaining fund. So their, profit, if you will, goes back into capital expenses that they would need. I'm not sure capital expenses is the right word for that, but if they need to buy a new oven, they buy it out of their own funds that go into it. And that's actually been very successful since it became a self-sustaining fund. They watch every dime because they know it's their dime, which is why when you do things like try to charge them the lunch monitor, it kind of messes up their whole planning. So I think they're working very well, and we probably shouldn't muck around there too much.
Similar to the insurances, the city is reimbursed for the insurance premiums that are,
Yes, under the city's rules, any benefit costs, including FICA and retirement, for personnel who are funded on a grant, those benefits are picked up on the grant.
but with this revenue fund, it's similar to the wastewater and solid waste, which are enterprise accounts. They generate revenue through the fees they charge, and then the FICA and the MEDI and the insurances are all backed. It's not a 581 appropriation.
Right.
Okay. I wanted to go into the 235 is the driver education. This account, the revenue that's brought in, it just lapses, right?
Basically, it's
Year to year.
two sources the students pay. That's one source, and the state chips in and pays so much per student also. So that's, you see the two lines there, it's from the state DHHS, and then the revenue miscellaneous is the students, the amount they pay for the service, for the class.
But the revenue, you see, the revenue stays in the account. I know that account has a significant fund balance in it, doesn't it?
But they'll use that to buy vehicles.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand that. Any questions in here? We got on page 236 is the summer school program. Mr. Hollowell.
I just wanted to point out that that account, again, is another account there are requirements from the state. We can't take that money and use it for something else because the state's reimbursing us. So the fact that we have a driver ed program means that account has to stick around. We can use it for things that are related to driver education, like buying a new vehicle.
That's the law for any special revenue funds or accounts, period, whether the state's giving you money or not. When they're established, you can't deviate from.
I'm explaining why there's a fund balance.
Thank you. Page 238 is adult education.
I'm sorry, under the summer school program, could you just tell us what the special police services are?
What line item is
Oh,
that?
59, I'm sorry. Miscellaneous services.
59, the special police services?
Yeah.
I know there are times they've needed to bring a school resource officer into the program at night after hours.
Okay.
Yep.
They have to hire a police officer?
There have been occasions, sometimes based on concern about an individual student or something that's following up from the school day, but, yeah.
You all set?
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? we'll go to, the adult continuing education starts on 238. And 240 is the athletic revenue fund. Is this where all the gate receipts go from Stellos?
Yes.
Yes. Are we splitting that with anybody? I mean, like, when there's a football game, do we split it with the boosters for sitting there collecting everything? Does it all goes into this account?
It all goes in the account, yes.
What's the account balance, you know offhand? There's $600,000 or $700,000 in there?
I don't know what it is right now, but
No, I think it's closer to $50,000 or $60,000 or something in that order of magnitude.
yeah,
That account is used to fund all of our uniforms and many of the supplies for the program. And you get into cycles of when you need to replace uniforms. For example, many of our uniforms that were first purchased for North when it opened are now aging out, and they'll use those for the uniform replacement cycle.
Is that all uniforms? Does that include band and things like people that?
No, it would be athletic related. So
athletic.
band would be separate, but it would include all of our athletic teams.
Alderman Presley.
Thank you. Could you tell me a little bit more about the adult continuing education? Is this something that you hope to expand as a source of revenue? I mean, you have wonderful facilities, and I'm sure they could be used by adults. Or are you competing with other schools in the area in that regard?
I believe there's been significant expansion of a number of programs over time. First, we have adult education, which we receive funding from the state for, and those are for students who are completing their high school diploma and receiving an adult education diploma. We also have enrichment programs like Baking 101, where we charge fees to cover the costs of the instructor and then a little bit more as enrichment programs. And those have expanded over time as well.
Could you give a number? I mean, how many adults?
I don't know,
students do
but
you
I
have?
can get that for you.
Okay, that'd be interesting. Thank
Yep.
you.
Alderman Deane.
Yes, Mr. Hollowell.
I just wanted to follow up. I think from the board perspective, looking at our strategic plan, engaging the community more is something we're certainly looking at. And I know I've raised it and other members have raised the notion of expanding that program. With any of these things, anytime you want to expand something, you've got to have some kind of seed money in order to be able to start up some programs, and that's not always that easy. And there's also a concern about, how much community acceptance there is for how much money it's going to cost to be in a program. So you don't want to build out too quickly and then find out sort of a flash in the pan one year. You want to build slowly but consistently, which is what I think we've been doing.
I was just thinking it would be a revenue source, I would imagine.
Right. It actually is a revenue source because we have been using it to purchase at least computers for that program. So sort of on the food service idea, you might be able to get it to a point where it is a self-sustaining fund. In fact, it is because it makes a profit, if you will, each year.
Thank you.
Moving on to the school facilities rental, can you go over that a little bit, Mr. Donovan?
That's basically we rent out our various school facilities, mostly the high schools, but other ones too, to different groups, and they come in, and this is the rental that they pay to use the facilities.
And your accumulated earnings?
I don't have my accumulated earnings sheet with me, I'm sorry, but I believe most of it was used to correct this year, fiscal year 10 budget, so it's not very large at all. There's a line item on the fiscal year 10 budget of 255, I believe, of a credit, and if you look at the fiscal year 11 budget, it's only 135, because that's
Alderman Presley?
Just a big drop in that. Any particular reason there's such a drop?
Well, when you take your
'Cause-
accumulated earnings or your surplus and you spend it all in one shot,
Yeah,
yeah, there is quite a drop. There's $140,000 that was utilized for other purposes, such as paying for overexpended line items. Alderman Flynn.
Just very quickly, so what does this mean when we have not transferred or essentially, I guess this will end up gonna being a transfer. At some point, this revenue accumulated earnings, is that gonna be a transfer to the I don't know, general school expenditures? Is that what's gonna happen
Yeah,
between now and the
what-
end of the year?
yeah, exactly what we'll do is we'll transfer costs from the 581 budget over here to clear out the amount. That's
when-
probably the accounting that we'll do for it.
When will you do that, as you close the books?
Exactly.
And we don't know what's in that account now,
As far as,
or how much is there in excess of 140,000, you don't have that number, right?
I don't have that number with me, I can get it for you, though.
Is the number not zero?
Well, it isn't because we haven't applied all the costs against it.
Under your grant reimbursement, your janitorial, can you explain that line item?
Yes, when we lease the facilities out, they need to be cleaned afterwards, so there's the cost of the janitors. They get paid overtime to do that work. So we charge the renters for the janitorial costs.
That's only for weekends.
Any overtime. Most of the rentals would take place on the weekends, but if someone's using it in the evening for some reason, but most of it's weekend.
Why do you need an extra janitor in an elementary school when there's already somebody there, when there's a basketball game, for instance? Is that contractual?
Yes.
Yes.
Question?
Yes. Alderman
Thank you,
Presley.
Mr. Chairman. Can you tell us how the percentage of use of this? I mean, can you determine, like, each school, how many nights a week someone rents it? Or it's in use for other?
Plant Ops tracks all that information, so
Okay.
I could get that information. I personally don't know what percent.
Is there one school or one facility that's particularly popular for usage?
You're typically going to see your gymnasiums because of your
Okay.
big basketball program. And then you're going to see your high school auditoriums
Okay.
and occasionally your high school cafeterias. So it's those kinds of common areas that typically generate the revenue.
Further question?
Go ahead.
Do you ever advertise that these facilities are available and encourage people to use them?
We have started to, and the board has encouraged us to do so to generate more revenue. So it's something we want to look at more in the future.
Okay. Further question?
Yes, please,
Do
continue.
you use the television channel at all for that, to advertise?
We've started doing that, yeah. We have put it on our website, but that's exactly the suggestions our board has been making, so it's something we'll be looking into.
Great minds think alike.
There's also a separate transfer from 552, which is the park department budget, into this line as well, right, Mr. Donovan? That's an appropriation that's made to cover janitorial overtime for the school district.
What page are you on, Alderman Deane?
Yeah.
You're in the white pages, that's why I'm asking.
I'm looking at, I'm, on page 139, but there's a separate line in here for like $25,000 Maybe it's up in the 13 account, I think.
What page are you on?
I'm kind of all over the place. Here we are. 13067, which is on page 136. Park Department transfers pays for $50,000 in overtime for our basketball, biddy basketball program. Mr. Conrad, does the Park Department help you folks out with your snow plowing?
You know, I'd have to look into that, because I had thought we funded the biddy basketball costs in return for
Used
their
to be an
plowing.
in-kind, like you plow and
Right.
salt and sand, and we'll take care of the basketball stuff?
Right, that was my understanding, so I'd have to look further into, I don't recall receiving revenue from Parks and Rec for that, do you?
I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, so we'll double check that, but I'm
Well,
not aware
that
of it.
came during some contentious times when the Board of Education just was gonna cut that overtime out and kill the basketball program. That was,
But I'm not sure we're billing them for that.
oh,
time.
yes, you are.
Are we? I'll have to look at that then.
I think that,
That's changed since.
I think that
came
process
back.
should cease and desist. I think that one department paying another department like that, you know, does the Park Department send you guys a bill for salt and sand and plowing school parking lots? Probably not. I mean, it's just, it's one city, we own the vehicles, we all purchase stuff in volume, hopefully to reduce the cost and complete the task, the service that's provided, so if you could look into that, it would be appreciated.
Sure, could you point me to the line that you're looking at for that? Isn't it-
13076, I believe the number was on page
13067.
13067.
Page 136.
Okay,
What page was that on?
yeah, I see it, thank you.
Then if we, have these after-school programs, you want to just give a little insight on that? That starts on page 243. This is your, do you want to speak to that, Mr. Conrad, or Mr. Donovan, or Mr. Hollowell? I don't,
That's our, I assume, our 21st century
Yes.
program.
Yeah.
Yeah, we receive a grant from the state of New Hampshire to provide after-school programs for students in both the elementary and middle school levels. So that's one of those restricted grants that we provide programs for. They also provide some summer programming for students as well. They have a focus on academics. They have a homework tutoring program and provide services under the supplemental services provision of Title I. They're tutor students from, and it's all within our Title I schools, our 5 Title I schools.
anyone have any questions in this?
Chairman.
Alderman Cookson?
Mr. Conrad, could you help me better understand, in this after-school program, it looks like there is no longer a supervisor, but you're increasing the tutoring. What's your staffing for that after-school program?
I believe there are 2 or 3 different budgets for this. This is one of them, because we receive a separate one for the middle school, and then I think there's a separate budget for what's raised in fees that we charge for students attending that. And so, there was a fund balance that had accrued in this program, and we ran over budget in our instructor costs. And I believe, was it our budget where we raised fees for from students?
Yes.
That's why you see a spike in those instructor costs. So you won't see that in the coming year. This is a program that's been losing money this year, in part because one of the reductions we made to cut $2.8 million was a $125,000 allocation from the operating budget of the school district to that program to support it. So they've actually been working, as we have with other accounts, working down their fund balance. So we've been meeting with them to reconstruct that program, quite candidly, with probably fewer services in the coming year, to bring it back in line so it's breaking even within the grant.
So is there a supervisor in place?
We have a program director and secretary, and then each location has a supervisor for the program. So you'd have eight locations, so you have a supervisor for each location.
Thank you.
Other questions in this area?
Alderman Deane.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So you have a supervisor in each location?
Can you pull your microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. You have a supervisor in each location. Is that a teaching supervisor? Is that why we see?
No, that would be, it wouldn't be a teaching, we have, the instructor line, I believe, would be the instructors for the different activities, and then we have tutoring as well. I'd have to identify further where the costs of those supervisors are picked up, because, as I said, there are a number of different budgets for this program. We'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
So that's 3-4-4-0. You're keeping track of this, Mr. Conrad?
Yep.
That's supervisor. Other funding sources for that position? Any questions in this area? Then you have the 245 is the student shops that they have at those schools, 245, 246. 247 is the summer feeding program. Questions in this? 248 is the general vocational ed. Alderman Cookson?
Thank you. Mr. Conrad, page 248, commodity code 49, miscellaneous supplies, books, text, educational supplies. Again,
Correct.
can you speak to where we're seeing close to $150,000 in fiscal year 10, but nothing allocated in fiscal year 11?
You want to speak to that, Mr. Donovan? The 718,000 in the current year? Or the aldermanic approved budget?
Are you speaking in 49, is that the question?
That's correct. It was the books, text, educational supplies associated with the general vocational ed.
Well, I think that entire, when we spoke earlier of having an accrued account that was used to subsidize the operating budget, these were the various expenses that were subsidized out of the operating budget. And that's why you don't see a budget attached to that for the coming year. Because you will create some revenue. You create about $140,000 in revenue on this, but there are a couple of issues. You've largely will have exhausted your fund balance at year end. We're also getting into cash issues, and here's what I mean about that. This is created from revenues we receive from sending districts, since we're a regional center. We don't, and this is based on the state system, we can't bill out to the end of the first semester to sending districts and then the end of the school year. So you wouldn't have any cash coming into that account till probably February or March. So we're going to have to rebuild our fund balances in these accounts if we want to use them to support programs or capital equipment or the like, because if you're going to look at it on a cash basis and being in a position where you're not going to run a deficit in that account, you've got to rebuild your cash reserves.
So where did the money go?
If you may recall, during the budget process for the current year, this would have been last February or March, there was an error identified in the budget, and the way the error was funded was by looking at the accumulated balance in this account, which hadn't been established for any particular purpose, and it was used to basically fund the bottom line on this budget for the current year. It's basically one of the ways the district forestalled making deeper cuts in the initial budget before the deficits were identified.
So it was used to deal with 581 appropriation problems?
Yes.
Forestall deeper cuts in 581.
Was that appropriate to do by law?
They actually contacted the Department of Education, and it was not inappropriate because these funds were reimbursement for services already provided.
Yeah, but the funds were provided to a special revenue account and then taken out and used to
Well,
deal with appropriation issues.
Well, in essence, they were used to balance the CTE
Right.
portion of the budget.
right.
So one could argue every year you could use it to provide services within CTE.
Alderman Deane?
It is a tuition to take a CTE course, so.
Mr. Dowd?
Yes, on varying times, we'd asked for a special revenue account to be established for these funds, and there was never a special revenue fund established for the CTE funds.
Why
So
not?
they aren't under the same rules and regulations as you would for a special revenue fund account, like the athletic gate receipts and things like that. These funds were originally collected because of when the two high schools were built and the CTE equipment a lot of it was purchased new, and some of it, if you go through the schools, you find is extremely expensive. They were trying to raise some funds to have funds to offset some of the replacement when it comes time to replace those pieces of equipment.
Sounds like some reverse financial engineering going on here. Was this done in any other areas in here that we've gone over?
That's the only one.
The only one? Any other questions in this
As we
area?
pointed out, Alderman Dean, we did clear it with the state to make sure that it was okay to do, so I don't think there was anything
I don't think
improper
anybody,
done.
I don't think anybody's implying that.
Okay. Seemed like your statement did imply that.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion, but
Yes, I am.
Culinary arts, page 249. Going to the daycare, on page 250. Any questions in this area? And page 251 is the special ed, the local tuition. Could you go over this, Mr. Conrad or Mr. Donovan? Does Mr. Donovan have a book? No?
Yes.
You have a budget book with you?
Yeah, I have it here.
Okay.
This account is tuition we receive from sending districts for special education students.
And that's the 705 and 978?
Yes. And so typically, this helps support the cost of special education services. This year, it's been used for out-of-district placements, which exceeded even our revised budget expectations. For the additional year, as we would with the CTE account we were just talking about, we'd want to rebuild the fund balance, if at all possible.
So the accumulated earnings, the surplus, the 127,350, what happened to that?
Well, that was used this year to offset some of our out-of-district placement costs, correct?
Yes.
Dan? Yeah.
Yes.
Those went over the projected budget for this year. And that's one of those accounts, we've struggled with, that we added an additional $1 million into for next year. We also have $150,000 in the expendable trust fund that the Board of Aldermen has established and then funded earlier in the year. But we certainly don't want to go to those funds if we don't need to this year, so we've used these special ed tuition funds for that purpose.
Any questions in the appropriations in this area?
Alderman Deane?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Under the revenues, for this year, how many students does that represent?
I'd have to look at that to get back to you,
And
and I could do that.
if I may, Alderman Deane?
Please.
And I would just be interested in knowing also what grade level, elementary, middle, or secondary? And my other question is, are we charging them actual costs? How is that? I assume that they're transporting here, so transportation isn't one of our costs.
We could answer that last question. Typically, you do a cost accounting exercise in a couple ways. If they're in, say, a self-contained classroom, we would, and you have 5 students in that classroom, they would pay 20% of those direct costs.
Okay.
Additionally, they may require additional direct services, such as a one-on-one paraprofessional. We would charge them for those direct costs as well. So we are
At 100%.
at 100%, right? So the intent is certainly not to make a profit. These are typically other districts, and we have students of ours who go out to other districts
Right.
ourselves. But we do cost it out to cover all of our costs.
Okay. Thank you.
All set?
Thank you.
Okay. Pain is over in those areas, Mr. Conrad, I believe, unless anyone has any questions. Go to page 178 in the white pages. These are your appropriations. A total of, it's hard to read, huh? 1,170.51 FTEs. Your commodity code for, see your associate is zeroed out.
That's one of the positions that's being eliminated next year.
Yeah.
But I think if you look at 11,075, 11,076, and, what's the other one?
Assistant superintendent administrator, or what position is that?
There's
That's a new position?
and 11,816. If you look at the three of them, that's basically 3 positions. Ed Hendry leaving, Althea moving from 11,816 up to 11,076.
We essentially changed the job title to assure that there's a clear second in charge, if you will. Typically, any district, particularly one of our size, will have an assistant superintendent, someone who's certified as a superintendent who's clearly in that position. So it's not a new position, it's a reclassification of an existing executive director of curriculum and instruction. With a small salary increase.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Alderman Cookson.
thank you. And Mr. Conrad, that last statement that you made, the small salary increase from 11,816
Well-
up to 11,076?
Yes.
Yes.
That was the executive director of
Right,
curriculum
so-
going up to the assistant superintendent of
Right,
administrative.
so it's an increase from basically $99,744 to $101,000.
And is that a reclassification or is that a merit increase?
It would be a reclassification within our system, and it was based on looking at what other assistant superintendents are paid in other districts, as well as some increase in responsibility.
Do you, are there PDFs associated with this as well? Do you follow the same human resources structure and have personnel description files?
We have job descriptions for individuals, and we update those, and we have been updating those as we've had to restructure our central office positions. What we don't have is the type of merit salary system in play, but yes, we do maintain up-to-date job descriptions. And we also compare salaries internally, and then we look at salaries in other districts as we look at pay grades, if you will.
Thank you. I'll forward a question that I have.
The 11905, the proposed equity adjustments, can you explain what that is? Got $40,119 in, nothing's been expended, and you're not carrying anything over into this year, but
Yes, I have an answer for that. Give me 1 second.
Mr. Donovan, that's 11905.
Yeah, in fiscal year 11, all the other years except fiscal year 10, the non-affiliated salary increases were built right into the individual salary lines. In fiscal year 10, this non-affiliated increase was budgeted as a lump sum. So that's basically in fiscal year 10, it was, we budgeted it differently in fiscal year 11 than we did fiscal year 10.
So you created an 11905 line and put all the salary increases in there? But in prior years, you put it all in the
Well, in fiscal
other
year,
1,100 lines that went along with the title of the position?
in fiscal year 10, it was done. Whoever, the people who put the budget together, it was in fiscal year 10, that's where you see the 40,119. There's nothing in there this year.
But why would it be separated out from the 5-digit 11s for the job positions?
I
They
guess
didn't know who they were gonna give how much to, is that why, or?
Whoever put the
Who was
budget
that?
together.
Mr. Holloway might be able to answer that. Remember what happened with that? Why that was like that?
I can look into it and get back to you, Alderman Dean. I don't know off the top of my head why it was put into that account as opposed to individual accounts.
Sometimes you just work with a salary allowance, I know. I don't know if that was the case here, but
Well, what we've done is our contingencies for, for negotiations were all, instead of, laying them out in an operating budget for, police and
But I
fire and
believe
everybody else and
these-
letting them know exactly what you budgeted for,
I
we
believe-
combined them all into just one large account.
I believe, Dan, these were for non-affiliated?
Yeah, it's not affiliated.
I believe
Yeah,
so, yes.
non-affiliated would mean there's no bargaining group, the Board of Education.
No, but I'm just saying, it's similar to the contingency
Oh,
negotiation accounts that we have where we lumped it all into one large
right.
amount into one budget. Previously, it used to be laid out exactly where the money was for in the
Right.
different 5-digit commodity codes. Your 11830 manager, what is that position managing? There's 2.38 FTEs, and there's $118,000. What do those 2.38
Well,
people do?
the .38 is the energy manager that we put in the budget for this year. That's about 14,000 or so. The other two managers, I'm not 100% sure who they are. I'd have to look that up on the detail list.
One of the positions, I believe, would be the, would it be Jerry LaLiberte?
He might be.
Yeah. We'll get back to you on those two positions.
Thank you. So, the executive director of curriculum is gone. And the new position is Assistant Super Administrative School. The
Yep.
11,
Yep.
11076.
what other changes did you make in the administrative office, other than getting rid of, that,
Well, we eliminated the associate superintendent, and we eliminated the director of student services. We converted the executive director of curriculum to assistant superintendent, and we had a similar magnitude of upgrade for the director of accountability and assessment to the executive director of accountability and assessment, because that position was taking on the supervision of all high school programs.
so who's gonna pick up the task of the Director of Student Services?
Um,
How is that?
We've
Or is that
taken
just gonna
our,
be-
no, we've taken our well, a couple of ways. We have a supervisor of ELL services that will now be asked to also handle some student services. I think other student services will come to me, or Dr. Sheaf or Dr. Cochran. The two positions I noted earlier. So there'll just be more issues coming on the plate of, and then there'll be some other people within our office who will pick up different pieces of both those positions, because it's really two that we're losing.
So other than the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative, who shows an increase, how are these with the PDF, have the PDF, the personnel description forms of these folks been changed to, or is it just underneath their standard?
No, we've changed their job descriptions, or on the process of changing them for July 1st. See, we had, early in the year, we had eliminated one position, Director of Student Services. I had brought a restructuring proposal to the Board of Education, which they had approved. During the budget process, a second position was eliminated. And what I need to do, and I'm actually planning on doing it at the next Board of Education meeting, is bringing forward a second revision to the organizational structure in the district office to reflect the loss of both positions. So some of that work is still ongoing, but it'll be in place by July 1st, when the change takes place.
Alderman Cookson?
Thank you. With respect to your Director of Student Services, where in the fiscal year 10 budget is that position reflected? Is it line item 11800?
Yes.
Okay. So you've eliminated the Director of Student Services, and so I would assume that you went from 15 directors down to 14 directors, as is reflected in this budget?
That should be the case.
Okay. So can you help me better understand how last year's fiscal budget was $1.1 million, and this year's requested is $1.14 million, an increase of $40,000 with a reduction in directors?
Yes, I can. The thing you must remember, there are some line items in this budget that are not necessarily accurate on the payroll lines.
That's unfortunate.
No,
Well-
not in the budget we're proposing.
No, in the last year's budget. I have done a forecast for fiscal year 10. The number, you're looking at the 1.1 million?
Correct.
It's more like 1.2 million will be the total on that line item at the end of this fiscal year.
For 15 directors.
Yes. So then it'll be 1.14, so it'll actually go down about 54,000, not go up.
Thank you.
That one line under directors, the 11,800, that total number out there, Mr. Donovan, if you take the 11,905, that 40,119, it's almost the same number. The proposed equity adjustments?
I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think it's,
It's within $60 of that.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, but
No, there's enough numbers on this pages. I'm sure if you correlated a few of them together, you'd find some similarities with totals, but. Could you explain that the job developer, 11812, what does that position do?
I don't know, I don't know what it does. It's a person in the teacher contract, I can tell you that much. I don't know exactly what the
I
person
believe
does.
it's a position that works out in the community developing placements for special education students.
Oh,
Could you say that one more time?
I believe, and I'll double check this, I could be wrong, but as I recall, it's a position in special education that develops and then supervises special education students in internships or work experiences out in the community. It's part of our, we have responsibilities for transitional work skills for special education students, so this position works. And it's a teaching position because they're actually working with special education students to help them transition into the workforce.
Anyone else have any questions in the 11 area? Alderman Lozeau?
yes, 11515, the outreach worker. Could you just explain that? And I noticed there's a decrease for next year.
I can't explain the decrease,
The
but
decrease is, there's only one person coded to the position for 2011, where there
So-
was two of them.
might have been a miscoding.
Okay, had
Yeah.
been two.
The outreach worker, if it's a position, I believe it is, we have a position at at the two high schools, one position between the two high schools that is bilingual and works with students and families. Particularly, it's an important piece of our dropout prevention effort, and they tend to work with at-risk families and students, and often go out into community and working with these students or making home visits, or providing translation services for students in the high schools.
Are all 17 of these principal positions filled?
We have two principals who have resigned, one at Charlotte Avenue and one at Main Dunstable, and we'll be working at appointing interim principals for the coming year.
That was one of the questions I asked about the Charlotte Avenue principal. Did we,
Yes, you
Yeah,
had
we
asked-
answered that for you.
yeah, I know you did, but it was rather confusing. Did this person drain all their sick time while they were gone? Did they use all their, go to their sick bank and,
By definition, to go to a sick bank, you have to use up your sick time.
so they use up all of their sick time?
Right.
How was this person compensated for the last year and a half or so?
Well, the person had a salary, and then they have, vacation and sick leave, and then they have the right of access to a sick bank, as other non-affiliated staff would have.
And the sick bank is just what accrues their sick time, right?
Well, Mr. Donovan, do you want to talk about that?
Well, each individual is asked if they'd like to join the sick bank, and they donate days. So, for example, if I get 10 sick days, I donate a day, I lose a day for mine, and it goes into the sick bank. So the bank accumulates days, and then those days are requested for people that need them when they've run out of sick time for significant illnesses, et cetera. So it is real money.
So the compensation given to this individual didn't come out of these appropriations, came out of sick bank and vacation time and everything else?
Yes.
Well, it came out of a 581 appropriation. I mean, we don't accrue a separate
Well,
liability
right,
fund
right.
for sick bank.
But we should see some unexpended appropriations in this teacher's line this year if this person was out
You mean in the,
whole school year?
On the teacher line.
not in the teacher line,
Principal.
In the principal line.
principal line.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
And
but we paid that person under the sick bank, but it would have been through the appropriation on the principal's line. It's in lieu of a we don't carry short-term liability insurance for administrators. We have a similar system for teachers. They have a sick bank. I think it's pretty common across school systems, and it's in lieu of purchasing short-term disability.
So the only account change you would see is you'd see a reduction in the total number of sick leave bank days.
when we
Right.
paid out the severance,
Yes.
if that person
Yes, yes, so, right. So in essence, it's a way of continuing to pay an individual as to not paying an individual. It's a short-term insurance policy.
So the policy is they have to exhaust all of what they've accrued before they can go into the sick bank?
Yes.
And then the sick bank numbers, I guess, fluctuate depending on who uses it. And how is permission granted to use that?
Well, there's a
You sign up and donate a day, then you're in if something happens, or?
yeah, that's how you get in, and then there's a committee that approves it,
Okay,
and,
so there's a committee that, you have to put in a request to the committee in order
yes,
to
and the
draw out
committee
that.
approves it and
Well,
reviews any.
And you need to document it with doctor's notes, too.
Right.
That's what sick days are about, right? But, okay. Any other questions in the 11 line?
Mr. Chairman?
Alderman Craffey.
Yes. Actually, I have two questions. On 11,628, security guards, two of them. You got an increase of 25,000. Can you explain that? Go from 50 to 75?
Those are your security guards?
Yeah.
Yes, the security guards. That should just be the two of them. I'm wondering if in the budget, the reduction didn't get put on that line for some reason, because there's only the two security guards that we have.
And we're eliminating one of them, so I suspect that allowance, I think you're right, the allowance for the reduction is being.
The allowance for the reduction might
Have
have,
to look at that.
might have been put on a different line in error. I'll check that out, but,
So if we go down to this bottom line in this 11,
which one?
how much of a task would it be to reconcile this 11? There seems to be, you've got that 75,000 there, 50, so you're saying it should be 50,000? Not
Yes.
75?
Yes.
Well, it actually should probably be half of 75, because they're not paid at that level, so there'd be
So it
one
should be
person
around
remaining. 38,
38 and change? Geez, we just found another teacher.
well, I suspect somewhere
No.
else that.
Probably not, but maybe.
Alderman Craffey?
Yes. Could you explain to me 11,805, continuing substitute teacher? Are those teachers part of the contract?
Yes, basically, the way the continuing substitute teacher works, a teacher's hired. If the teacher needs to go out on leave for any reason at all, then the charges first get charged to a substitute account. Then after the original teacher is not going to get paid anymore, that they're not receiving pay, then the charges for that new teacher get charged to that line item.
This would be.
So what you'll see is a decrease in the teacher line, because the teacher's no longer getting paid and the new teacher's getting paid on the continuing teacher line.
Okay, so these 10.5 continuing substitute teachers are, my question was, are they part of the union contract? Are they contracted?
I believe they are.
They are.
Yeah.
And in this instance, these are teachers we would know are not returning for next year, where we've retained them as continuing subs, or we know there'll be a continuing sub in that position, such as a teacher who's been granted a leave for the coming year.
Thank you.
And what's the total number that have been granted leave for the coming year?
I'd have to look that up. I can do that if you want.
Yes, I'd like to know that. Alderman Lozeau?
Yes, Mr. Conrad, on slide 9 that you presented to us in the handout, you have 4 added positions, a teacher of the deaf and 3 speech assistants. Where are they reflected?
Well, the teacher of the deaf would be reflected in the teacher line.
Okay.
The 3 speech assistants, do you know where those are reflected?
Yes, the 3 speech pathology assistants are in 12,900.
Under adjustments?
Yes. The rest of that's 66,000. The rest of what's in that account are the study hall monitors, 94,000.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. Alderman McCarthy?
Yeah, the 11,726, the teacher account. If we wanted to restore enough to that account to eliminate the need for the study halls at the high schools, how much would we put back?
Do you have that number, Dan, offhand? I'm going to the handout we talked about earlier.
Well, if we're going to restore half the high school teachers or all the high school, that was about 480,000, I believe.
Yes, we were conservative in our projection of savings. So we use the bottom step of the bachelor's degree for the projection of savings. So we've assumed a reduction of 576,000 for eliminating those 15 positions, and then added back in 94,000 for study hall supervision. So it's roughly 480,000 would be your net savings.
That's not actually that conservative after I mean, because the positions that are being eliminated are not the individuals that will wind up being eliminated because of seniority, right? So by
Well, the
time-
reason I said when I say conservative, I mean if anything, we underestimated our savings.
Right, I'm just saying that it's actually, if you took the salaries of the people who are in those positions that are being eliminated now, those do not add up to the savings because we would lose less senior people after the personnel issues shake themselves out.
In some instances, and in some instances, we've lost tenured staff in the layoffs. For example, of those 15, I think we've got 8 tenured staff that we've lost because of where the reductions fell. In some areas with the reduction of 2 credits, students tended to sign up for fewer electives. So we lost, for example, 2 business teachers. Both of those business teachers had tenure, which means they would have been in the district more than 4 years or more. So we use the bottom step of the bachelor's level, but some of those teachers earn more than that. And then in other cases, certainly they were, first-year teachers who might have been at that step.
But regardless of the positions we would lose, the budgetary impact to put them back
Would be that
is
$480.
$480,000 in the 726.
Right. I should note that, and this goes back to the first slide we looked at, one of the reasons we think we fell into a deficit in salaries was over-projecting the turnover savings. We had budgeted $800,000, and at the time I had left the district, it was $600,000 to $700,000 a year. So it was in line with that, but as the salary scales become compressed, and as we've had fewer people that we're rehiring each year because we've been eliminating positions, we think we're saving less than $800,000. So we reduce that presumption to $300,000.
Actually, now that you mention that, I want to go over that again because from the discussions we've had with you regarding the shortage. I think we were at least doing something very wrong the way we accounted for that, which is, for a while at least, we were taking the salary line items and incrementing them by the adjustment to the step table to get next year's budget. And that works out fine, but that already takes into account the attrition, because that if you don't take into account both the movements of the step table itself and the movements of people within the step table, then you have to account for the cost of the steps themselves and net out from that the attrition of people leaving at the high end. If you say, well, the step table moves by 2%, so we'll increase the budget by 2%, that takes into account that there is attrition from the highest step, and that people from the next step take up that savings, and the people from the step below that take up the savings of people leaving the next step, et cetera.
Well,
and I think that leads us to the point where that $800,000 shouldn't really be accounted for that way, the way we were doing the budgeting. If we were to take a projection of what everybody's salary is for next year and add that up, then it's fine to apply the attrition figure to that. But I think we were double booking that number, essentially, the way we were.
I think, you've raised an important point, because in the last couple of years, the budgets for salaries has been crafted through projections of reserves. We changed that for the coming year. Mr. Donovan put a lot of time into that in the budget process, if you want to address that.
Yeah, basically, all the, any position that's part of a contract, we basically took person by person, and we said, this is the step they're on, this is where they'll be next year. So our accumulation of our budgeted numbers by category for any contract will fit exactly to what the reality is going to be.
Thank you for that.
Well,
And so
it was a lot of work with the system we have, but
Yeah.
it needed to be done.
I understand that, but it's a lot less work on us on the back end this way.
And Mr. Gilbar was very helpful in that too, with working with us. But for that reason, if somebody leaves who's on that high end of the salary scale and we hire somebody back at less than that, there is a true savings.
Right.
But I think we were probably overestimating at 800,000.
If we are accounting for actual salaries and not just the inflationary growth in the account total,
Correct.
then it's okay to take the real attrition savings. Also from that, if we were not to eliminate those positions, is there money that comes out of the severance cost as a result for that? If we're losing, presumably if we're losing tenured positions, there is some severance cost associated with that.
I don't believe so, because they're tenured positions, but they wouldn't meet typically the, there might be some, I believe if somebody is reduced, they get a, they do get a, any accrued sick leave is paid out to them, but it wouldn't be at the levels we saw with other staff for severance.
Presumably we do owe them for sick time buyout and that sort of thing if they leave the district, right?
Right. Typically, you'd have to be there for 10 years before you would get a severance of any kind, but if you're laid off.
I was told they get sub-pay.
Right, it's at the sub-pay rate? Okay.
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, while we're talking about salaries and severance, Mr. Sherman had indicated during the public comment period that he thought the departmental estimate of severance costs was significantly higher than it needed to be. Do you want to comment on that?
Mr. Donovan has done some work on that and actually tried to address it in the similar question from Alderman Deane, so if you want to review that perhaps.
Sure. I mean, basically what we did was based on, we started with this fiscal year 10's severance costs were $1.777 million. So we went back and we took a look at the actual number of people that had retired, and through a point in time, which I believe was May 7th, because basically the process works, if a teacher's going to retire by February 15th, they're supposed to send in a letter of intent to retire. I'm not sure if those exact terms, but
On or before.
On or before
On
the
or
15th.
before 15 February.
Right. And then they,
Sorry, a non-binding letter.
yes, non-binding. So then they will follow up with their, I'll call it a second letter, which says, I'm definitely retiring. The actual payments don't take place until they've actually they've worked through their retirement process with the state of New Hampshire. So basically, the payments are made, and that's why you'll see the teachers that retire in June of this year, the payments are made in fiscal year 11. So basically, through May 7th of this year, we had 11 of these confirmed letters. We had, I believe, 12 at the same time last year. So that didn't lead us to believe that it would be any different at this point in time.
How many letters of intent have you received to date?
98.
That's the exact same figure as,
No.
I mean, I'm looking at FY '11. So
Yeah.
you received 98 for last year as well?
No, that was as of this 15th. Because you got to remember, you get the letters and then the retirements happen the following year. From a,
And they're charged on to the 2011 budget.
yes, yes.
So then the 53 that retired last year should be put into the 2009 bracket if that's, and then the 56 that were marked in 2009 should be in the 2008.
Yeah.
So this is wrong then.
Well,
Well, the way you explained it, I mean, that's why I was looking at it,
Well,
and he
let
said
me-
98, and I'm
the
like,
letter, the 90, the 143, yes, did result in 53 retirees this current fiscal year. You're correct. The difficulty is they're non-binding letters. Typically, fewer people retire, but many of those people don't declare or provide their binding letter until July for different reasons. And one of the ways we got into trouble was not being conservative enough in making our projections on individual accounts. So certainly, when we put this budget together, we didn't have a better basis than looking at our liabilities this year. We also there is an expendable trust fund specifically for school department retirement. So, to the extent that you have dollars left in that account, one recommendation I could make to the board would be to use those remaining balance to start to accrue that expendable trust fund. You have the exact same issue, even more so here than you have in out-of-district placements, where it's hard to budget and know what your liabilities are going to be, because it can vary up and down from year to year. I mean, it was 1.4 million last year. It jumped up to 1.8 million this year, and that was strictly based on the number of people retiring. No changes in the contract language. So this is another one of those accounts where it's really hard to know how much is enough, and we don't want to get into a boat where we don't have enough money budgeted. So we were conservative in what we set aside for that. And we really should. I think, Mr. Hollowell, we had looked at potential liabilities down the road based on the current contract language at about 11 million.
One other thing, I'm not sure whether it's done on the city side, we started to look at what's your exposure to retirements, basically severance. And if you look at teachers alone, given the number of teachers that qualify to retire, if they all decided to retire in one year, it's not going to happen, but say they did, that's about a $12 million liability. So when you say you're going to factor in $2 million for severance, you're only factoring in 1/5 of the potential liability exposure. There are not very good models. I heard the police and fire, I think, also mentioned that they don't use a model to figure out, who's going to retire. And I know Mr. Vaughn and I looked around quite a bit looking for a model that we could use in order to do those kinds of projections, and there really aren't any good. There's too many external factors, like the state suddenly deciding to get rid of a benefit for employees, or an impending change in contract language. If you have a new contract coming up, which for the teachers after next year we do, you've got a lot of variability in that number. And again, that was a number that was a huge problem for us, and so we want to make sure that we're budgeting it well enough so we don't get surprised again.
And perhaps over time being able to build a fund balance in that expendable trust fund against future liabilities.
But the driver on the pension item up in Concord, where that was going away, and that was like a $40,000 annuity, along with the $9,400 average increase of these sick and the severance checks that went from 24,000 to 35,000. I mean, and these people were vested in the pension plan, and with that benefit going away, these are smart people you're dealing with. They see what's happening, and they look at their tenure, and they're ready to go, and they're not gonna leave that sitting on the table. I mean, I don't think anybody should have been surprised about the numbers of people that left last year. I mean, once the contract was approved, and that, healthcare stipend off the pension plan was gonna go away, the people did, the people that were eligible pulled the trigger and they left.
There are a couple of items, though, that we thought could offset that. One is that you have an aging of the workforce. You have more and more people falling within that 20-year, age 60.
The baby boomers are
Right.
retiring.
Right, you're going to have significant retirement over the next 10 years from your teaching workforce as it ages out. Right now, teachers are looking for jobs. I think in 10 years, we'll be finding shortfalls. The other piece that, quite candidly, we've talked about, and we've talked about this with the union as well, is there's one more year left on the contract. Who knows where the next contract's going to go? So some people may be looking at the security that comes with knowing the language that's in the contract. And so I don't think it's not easy to project, because there are a variety of different factors out there. There's an uncertain environment.
And just from the point of managing a budget, if you're off $400,000, you gotta find it somewhere else. And the way we put this budget together, there's not an extra $400,000 anywhere. So,
But if you take that 1.8 million for severance, it's well overfunded from what's gonna actually happen this year. I think if you go back and look at the retirees that took place, how many people are eligible to retire now? 98? Those 98 letters you got, are they retirement or resignation letters? And is it intent to retire or intent to resign?
It's a non-binding letter of intent to retire.
To retire.
Without that letter,
So retiring is resigning, or it's not that defined where,
No, it's specifically to retiring, because the letter's required to access the language under the retirement.
what if somebody, resigns or sends a letter of intent, are they required to send that sort of a document to you? Unless it's just out of
I don't believe
professional.
so.
Pardon me?
There's a lesser benefit under resignation.
Under resignation.
Right, and I don't believe that letter's required.
So, if you did your matrix on your retirement, you have 98 people in the school district currently that are eligible for retirement. Out of your total population, how many are left that didn't send the letter in?
when I did this calculation for not this past year, but the year before, I believe there were 333 teachers that could qualify to retire.
But
That's a ballpark.
but that was last year, so we've
Yeah, but
lost,
everybody's moving up a year.
well,
so
we've
you're not-
lost 109 people the last 2 years to retirement, right?
Yeah, so that would have been the year that 56 retired is the one I'm referring to. So it had counted those 56. Those were gone.
That was 2008.
If half of the 98 retired, we'd reach the 1.8 million, roughly.
Teachers, right? Ed Hendry's going to retire. That's
Right.
This also includes people other than teachers in the severance line. So you've got Dr. Hendry. I would assume Mr. Baruto, when he leaves, will probably retire.
He's only been here for a few years, though, right?
Right.
But
He hasn't collected a $35,000 severance.
No,
No, I'm just pointing out that there are other people, there are non-affiliated staff and other staff outside of the teachers union that are also in this. So it's not just confined to the teachers.
I'm of the assumption that this line is way overfunded. And although I do agree with your viewpoints on the liability, and we have it, I mean, I guess you could you could do it with anything in the city. Well, what if everybody came in and retired and wanted their severance pay tomorrow? Yeah, there'd be a problem, but that's never gonna happen. You know, the earlier issues we had here was, A, the change in the teacher's contract, which is a massive oversight. I mean, when you take everybody's check and add $10,000 to it, it doesn't take long for it to get out of control.
It was a change of about $400,000 in the total severance line. So you're correct. It was a big number.
But I feel that, I feel there's enough, you know, in the question that I had asked, I think there's enough money in the severance line to fund these positions that are creating this issue in the high school with a massive study hall that's been proposed. And I know we're going to get into that eventually, but when it comes to a topic I want to talk about this evening, which is block scheduling. And I guess under these 11 lines with the teachers, as part of it, listening to a young man sit up here and at one of our meetings a couple, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, and explain to the fact that his average, you know, daily intake of the curriculum of his 90-minute class is 45 minutes.
When you,
And your response was, you were going to speak with the, you spoke with the principals?
well, do you want me to respond to that concern now? Or?
Yeah, absolutely.
What you're raising is this, that we have 90-minute blocks, and somebody spoke up in a public hearing and said that there were periods where the teachers were not teaching to the full block and having them do homework at the end.
Correct.
And my expectation would be that teachers are teaching and fully engaging students for the 90 minutes of the block. You may from time to time have a teacher who will allow the class to do independent work or work on homework so they can work with individual students towards the end of the class, but that would typically be the exception rather than the rule. When I spoke to the high school principals about it, they weren't aware of it as a significant issue, but I asked them to speak to their head teachers the next time they have a meeting, see what their head teacher's perception of it is, and you know, we'll continue the dialogue in the school district with the high school staff about making sure they're talking with their faculty. If we're finding it's an issue, then we need to respond to it, because the expectation is that teachers would be teaching for the 90 minutes. And if they're not, then we need to look at why and address it.
Does it work?
Absolutely. You'll find the majority of high schools now have gone to block schedules. I mean, Bedford just opened a high school and they've gone to a block schedule. Now, there are different kinds of block schedules. Many schools have gone to an A-B block where you take a 90-minute block every other day and you have that 90-minute block across the entire year, rather than a 90-minute block every day for half a year for a one-credit course. You will also see in some block schedules that math and world languages may be run outside of the block in, say, a 45-minute skinny, specifically so you have it every day throughout the year, because of the nature of those two subjects. The final point I would make is certainly it requires a different approach to teaching. I think it requires certainly teachers to be more hands-on, to have more student-directed work in the classroom. It requires some staff development potentially, and certainly there was a push for that when the high schools were originally opened. Now, whether we still have a concern based on what you heard, that's what we need to find out, and if it's there, then we need to work with those teachers to assure we have the staff development so teachers are utilizing that time efficiently for student instruction.
Isn't that what we do every third Wednesday of the month, when they have early release?
Well, we have 7 early releases in the year, and there will be different things that are happening on those days.
I don't know, I mean...
If I could respond too, when I came into the district, a number of high school administrators said to me, you know, it might be a good time to look at making adjustments to the block schedule, not to eliminate the block, but to raise some of the questions around areas like, should we be teaching math and world languages differently? And freshman seminar was another question. And so I'll be bringing to the Board of Education before the end of this school year a proposal to have some working groups of both administrators, teachers, and community members looking at questions around block scheduling, questions around student advisories, questions around online education, which is an area we're actually moving to quicker than anticipated with the projected study halls. And so we'll be having some dialogues in the community, in our school communities, and with our board in the coming year over these questions.
How do you benchmark it? I mean, through student achievement, how does this, you put the block scheduling in place, I mean, you have a boy sitting up here, and it was really interesting because normally you have students, I mean, this individual that came up was he was pretty intense about it, where he says, you know, after 45 minutes, it's over. We're done. And then I'm thinking, boy, geez, if he has a whole bunch of classes like that every day, half of his day is what? While the teacher works with other students, he's just in the
I don't know if
class.
that's an individual teacher. That happened with, quite candidly, with I mean, I've been a parent until this year, and that occasionally happened with my students. It tended to be continuing substitutes who maybe didn't have the skills they needed in the block. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen. We're trying to assess how large an issue it is since it's been raised as a concern. And so I can't respond beyond that till we get a better sense of it from our head teachers and our administrators. And if it is a consistent issue, then we have to address it, because we do expect that teachers will be teaching students for 90 minutes in the block. But I just can't respond beyond that because it was only raised recently and we haven't been able to, you know, we're still looking into the question.
So until that evening when that young man was here, nobody's ever said anything about block scheduling, about deficiencies that might have been?
Well, I think some of our administrators had asked, and at the beginning of the year, that we look into making some revisions in the block schedule, not eliminating block scheduling, but looking at some revisions, and we'll be doing that.
Alderman Cookson?
Thank you. Just a quick question about the block scheduling. What is the teacher's utilization rate for a day?
Teachers at the high school teach 3 classes for 90 minutes, and then they have a 90-minute planning period.
So that's 75% utilization?
Right.
And the utilization, and I've asked this question in the past,
Yeah.
the utilization for an instructor teaching 6 out of a 7 period day was closer to 85%.
Yeah, typically you would see, if you had a 7 period day, you would see teachers teaching 5 classes.
5
with a
out of
duty.
7?
5 out of 7 with a duty. And that was one of the reasons we came into an issue with the study halls, quite candidly, where we did look at what other districts are doing. And where they have more periods, they have a teacher doing a duty, and that duty may be a study hall where they'll have 25 to 30 students in a study hall rather than what we've had to look at, because we don't have the ability to have teachers with duties because we never structured our block for that.
So
That's why we have to be
that
looking-
off period, that 90 minutes that an instructor has that they're not instructing in front of a classroom is used for preparation for,
It's
okay.
a traditional planning period. as
Correct.
you would typically expect. And that's contractual.
So I'll take this just one step further. I know that, again, I've raised issues with students that tend to leave the high school during the day. The persons or the people responsible for making sure that the students stay on campus at either one of the high schools would not be an instructor, because they are not expected to have duty periods where they might be walking the hallways. It would be more of an administrative position or a school resource officer position that would be responsible for making sure that the students are where they're supposed to be.
Well, you would have teachers out in hallways.
Understood.
We have administrators walking through
But
the
they would not be assigned a specific responsibility or a duty to be out in the hallway on a daily basis during their planning period.
Well, during their planning period, they're not going to be out in the hallways. If you're talking about passing time, we would expect typically all of your administrative staff and your teaching staff will be Now, some teachers will be out in the hallways, some may be conversing with a student about an issue in class.
Understood, but it's not their responsibility. It
That's
would be,
correct.
it would be the responsibility of the administration of the school or the school resource officers to maintain that students are not leaving the premises.
Yeah, typically, you have 5 principals and assistant principals. This year, you have 3 security monitors. Next year, you would have 2. 1 or 2 of those are always on the front desk where people are coming in. And so you would have those 6 or 7 individuals who would be available beyond the classroom. But then, of course, sometimes you've got principals tied up dealing with individual students or issues that may arise with students that have to be dealt with immediately. And they're, you know, you've got many different entrances and exits to the high school. So
Yes, there are.
if, you know, if the question is, can we prevent students from walking out a door during the day, and they're really focused on getting out the door, they will probably find a way to walk out the door. We do have an attendance system, period by period, that would identify them as not being in class for that period. We do have attendance concerns. Truancy, late arrivals, early dismissals. And we talked at length with the board policy committee about that because it came through in the context of looking at our attendance policies, and really believed that we needed to look at an overall approach to addressing student attendance. So we've had a committee looking at that this year, and I would expect before the end of the school year we'll be providing a report back to the board on what we're proposing for the attendance issues next year. And you're going to see 3 areas. You'll see recommendations for policies. You'll see protocols being developed for schools. For example, one of the things we've seen is a lot of our, we have as much, in many cases, we have as much of an issue of attendance in our elementary grades as we do in our high school grades. So we're looking at a contracting process with parents when they come on board. So we're looking at some of those, and then we're also looking at an at-risk approach because, you know, we certainly have students who are out 20 days, but we also have students at risk who are out many more days than that. And districts that have successfully dealt with their attendance issues have generally had a process where they have an attendance committee that involves community agencies, really trying to work with those students and families to get them back in the school and keep them there. So we would hope you'll see a number of things happening next year that will. We've also been working very closely with the court system, and I think we've seen more parents being fined for not having their students in school this year, so we've working to address it in a number of ways. It is a problem.
Is there and I don't want to go too far off base, Chairman Deane, but I'll just leave it at this. Is there an opportunity to negotiate with the National Teachers Union for additional responsibilities to be part of their contractual agreement, to have them part of the solution?
Well, let me talk in general terms. Typically, if you have a teacher with a duty, it would be in a schedule where you have both a planning period and a duty period. You would not find schedules, I'm not aware of one anywhere, where you would have teachers who are only teaching with no planning period. So I think the real issue for us is when we developed the vision for the high schools, we very deliberately said we are not going to have study halls. And we developed a block schedule that had students in class for all 4 periods and didn't provide for the option of a duty period, if you will. So now we're trying to come in the back door and add study halls into a block scheduling system that was never designed for that. So I think that's one of the questions. If we're going to retain those going forward into future years, do we need to look at revisions in the block schedule that would address that? You know, I think you're raising some good questions, and for us it comes around to you know, how much time we've had to address all of these concerns and looking at it longer term.
Thank you.
Alderman Clemmons, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you.
Thank you. My questions go back a little bit.
Not into the special revenue stuff.
No.
Good.
No. Going back to one of the questions that Alderman McCarthy asked, which was essentially how much would need to be added to the teacher line in order to keep the high schools I don't want to say fully staffed, but staffed enough so that we don't have to have those massive study halls. And I believe the answer was $480,000. My question to that is, associated along with that, are there any other costs that would be found somewhere else in the budget? Be it for programs or things that were cut out because we were anticipating we weren't going to do them, or?
No, the only other cost would be, materials or supplies, and we didn't make revisions to the school allocations when we looked at reducing those teaching positions. So I believe the $480,000, we'd basically be restoring back into the budget the allowance we made for eliminating those positions. And again, it's a little bit lower than you might think because we had to tie back in supervision costs for those study halls that would now go away. So that's, I think, fairly an inclusive figure.
And then further, in a similar vein, if you were to keep going and add back in the total costs to operate the alternative school, to continue that program, in what lines would I find that, and how much would that total cost be?
Well, the savings was there'd be a couple things. The savings was $309,000, and it would probably be find it across different lines, Dan, because there were different kinds of positions and expenses. So there was savings in rent, savings in different kinds of positions.
Not
So
to, excuse me, you think it would be better if they supplied those lines to
yeah,
us? Because
Can do that.
that's
if it's all strung out in here.
yeah, that's fine. But it approximately, though, it's 309,000. I just want to get a
For the
total.
Phoenix, yeah, and that's going back to the handout that you have has that specific.
Okay, okay. And if I have any further questions, I'll ask you. Now I want to go back to, if I could, something that you mentioned about block scheduling, the AB schedule. Doing that, an AB schedule, does that save money? Because you're able to,
That in and of itself doesn't save. I think it's in the, probably number of periods you have in a day and the length of the school day.
okay,
It's simply going,
okay.
although it might give you more flexibility.
Well, that's kind of where I was going with that, because if you're able to do twice as much in, a semester, I guess you might.
You're getting into philosophy of the different approaches to block scheduling, but I think schools have gone to the AB. They like the block because in any given day, it limits the number of subjects there's a lot to, when you come into a classroom, getting a classroom settled, getting students, to get the materials in front of them, begin instruction, and when you have, 45, 50-minute class, then you have double the passing time. There's a lot of disruptions to the day. So the idea of the block is that you have the ability to have more focused instruction over longer periods of time. And again, that really needs to be interactive instruction with students. But the advantages you see to an AB day is, so you take, you take math the first semester of one year, and then you take it to the second semester the next year, you've had almost, a full year's break without studying math, as opposed to being able to do it every other day for the entire year.
Right.
So it gets into that kind
Okay.
of. Also, some would say it has advantages in terms of achievement testing, because students are always going to be more current on the, always have math and language arts in front of them, and, reading and writing as a focus as they get into a achievement test.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quickly, I think the mayor did the right thing in moving the severance money into your account, quite frankly. It's something that you negotiate when you look at contracts. You should have an idea of what the impact's going to be on your budget when you decide which contracts you want to bring forward. And I think she was very generous in moving that over there. It's part of your base now in all future years if you work on a percentage, and I think the $1.7 million is probably very generous for this year. But what I wanted to, I usually always get lost in the details, you know, that's who I am. My wife last night said to me, she says, "How you doing?" She says, "You look like you're not," I don't know, she just said, "You look funny tonight. You all set tonight? You getting ready for your meeting tomorrow?" And I got lost in the details. When I look at principals, you know, that's $1.6 million on the budget. And I went to look up what the salaries were. The Telegraph had an article where it showed salaries at the end of December and whatever. Principals matched in real nicely for me. Principals' salaries on 12/31/2009 were $1,603,000, and on this budget here for next year, they're $1,603,169. Difference was $3. I couldn't have been happier. Things are working great for me. But then when I get into the details of that, I was a little surprised. Beyond their base salary, I think we spoke just a little bit about this tonight, not having any, I don't know if the word was any policy, but not having any merit manual, any way of kind of guiding you on what you're going to pay people and what you're going to pay people for. I was a little surprised. The range of principals is quite a bit. The average still turns out to be $94,000 per principal, even though the range is 107 to 87. But there were principals who get paid for longevity. Is that like a stipend? Somebody that makes $95,000 is getting a stipend? Why would principals be getting paid longevity? Two of the 17 principals get paid for longevity. 4 of the 17 principals get paid something called coaching, $500 a year. I'm not familiar with people who are, I'm more familiar with the city's merit manual, and I know certainly stipends and additional compensation for duties is something that we discussed very heavily as a committee and as a board of aldermen. We certainly wanted to do it only on rare exceptions. The mayor has to report to us when that's done. Could you speak more about how this is ongoing? I see it in I think I see it in assistant principals. I see people getting paid for coaching. I see A rates. I see people getting paid for workshop school days. Who's kind of setting the rules, and who's wrapping around how far this can stretch out?
The longevity piece, until about 4 years ago, principals were in a bargaining unit. And their salaries were established on a wage scale within that bargaining unit, and part of what they received was longevity. So when the bargaining unit was, the principals dissolved the bargaining unit through a vote, the basic structure of salaries, if you were, and items like longevity were retained. So that reflects historically what's been provided to principals. The additional days, I would have to look into. Principals are now paid for 260 day year, so they're year-round. Assistant principals are on less than a full-year contract, and I'm not sure if you might be seeing something that pertains to assistant principals being asked to work longer days. I'd have to look into that. But you shouldn't see that with principals because they work a full year.
Well, maybe this was, I don't know, this is their W-2 form, apparently, the way that it was researched, I guess. This is supposedly their W-2 form for, ending December 31st, 2009. So.
And again, I'm not aware of principals, assistant principals who are coaches either, so I'd have to look into that.
And how would that get controlled? How does that get monitored? Is there some somebody, would that be done through the Board of Education itself, deciding whether to pay these people for these additional I don't know, these additional emerging responsibilities, whatever they might be that they get compensated for, does that have to get signed off by somewhere along the way? Who would that get signed off by? The principal, by the superintendent of schools, or by the Board of Education?
Well, any principals hired, for example, I would recommend a salary to the Board of Education. They would have to approve it. And then any increases in salaries would have to be approved by the Board of Education. The longevity probably gets paid on a routine basis based on the requirements for that historically. I would have to look at the other pieces because I'm not aware of additional salaries to principals.
So
They don't get overtime, for example.
So it may be that,
Could
at
be.
least for two of these, well, actually, there's one assistant principal that gets paid longevity, two principals that get paid longevity. They would have something in their individual contract that would entitle them to that?
I would have to look at the terms of that contract. I presume probably what it is it's typically that's been provided to them. And so we would follow the rules that were in place at the time the contract ended.
Looking at the numbers, 1.6 million, that's $94,000 average. It's very unusual for anybody on outside of at least the school department to be collecting stipends or additional pay beyond their base pay. And assistant principals, their average pay is $84,000 a year. We have A rates, we have coaching, we have, well, I don't know what this is. This is adult ed. That must be an extra job that they do or something for adult ed. Extra teacher admin, I don't know what that is. So it's a lot of expenses that I normally wouldn't have envisioned, at least certainly on the within the city's own merit manual. You don't have a merit manual, but you're going to create one. Is that what one of your objectives, you said?
Correct. And again, I'm not sure what you're referring to because I'm not aware of those, so.
Most of these I cut off
Have to
the
look
names
into
of
that.
people.
I'll send you the file tomorrow, Mr.
That would be
Conrad.
great. Then we could look into that for you.
And how would it come about that we would have directors within the school department that are making more than their counterparts in the city for directors? You know, I mean, it just seems strange to me that someone, I don't know, perhaps like the city IT director would be making less than, actually less than at least 3 or 4 of the directors. You have 13 directors, I think, 14 directors. But he makes less than 4 of the directors that you have in the school department. How do those, I mean, if you don't have a scale on what you're going to pay people, how did people kind of slide up so high on the pay grade? How does that come about? How do you decide what to pay people individually?
Mr. Hollowell?
If I can go to the principals, at the very least, just backing up a bit. Mr. Hoddle, at the time when we went through the analysis for reconfiguring the principals, did a rather extensive analysis. That principal and assistant principal salaries are well-known, posted on the DOE website. And he went through an analysis to show where everybody stood. There were some situations where historically some were sort of below where you might expect them to be given their years of service and experience, and others that were slightly higher, and there were a bunch of adjustments made. Now, that still puts us in the top 1/3, probably top 20% of the school districts in New Hampshire. We do happen to be one of the largest, so there are more responsibilities than, say, somebody in Brookline, New Hampshire, being a principal. It's a much smaller school district. So we tried to look at comparables, and that's how the principal salaries came to be. In terms of the directors, I'll let...
Well, I think a couple things. We do, as Mr. Hollowell was saying, we do look at the industry. we look at other school districts. And quite candidly, in some areas, our principals, at least at the elementary level, are well paid, very competitive with other elementary principals. If you look at our high school level, it's, you know, it's about what other high school principals are making, maybe a little bit more, but they're very large high schools. But in other areas, you know, our special ed director is making what the special ed director in Litchfield, New Hampshire is making. And they have 3 schools and we have 17. We have departments that are bigger than any of your divisions that they're responsible for. When you look at the budget liabilities of the special education department, you're going to find responsibilities that go beyond some division directors, because we're responsible for a budget. When you accrue in the liabilities on the city side, $138 million budget. We have over 12,000 students a day. We have directors who have significant responsibilities, and even then, we're sometimes on the low end of the salary scale. You know, I'm going to be coming forward with salaries for athletic directors soon, and proposals as we look to hire positions, and a director of special education very soon. And we'll be proposing salaries that are among some of the higher in the state, but they're not the highest, and in some instances are lower than districts that are much smaller than us. And so I think it really comes to the range of responsibility, the educational requirements that come with the position, and just the sheer size of the department, and the industry standards as we look to, I mean, what we look at when we're making a recommendation to our board is it competitive with colleagues out in other school districts? And quite candidly, our salaries are typically less than Massachusetts, certainly. New Hampshire tends to be low for educational salaries, whether it's teachers or administrators. And then we look for internal validity, so there's some internal cohesion to what one director is making compared to another. So I can understand why you're asking the question, but I think people sometimes forget the sheer size of the district, or, you know, how many people we have working in the different departments and schools. That would be my best response.
It's surprising to me, as I said, I'm amazed that Director Barker, for the breadth of his job and the scope of his responsibilities, makes considerably less than several of your directors. So I think he is a tremendous bargain, Director Barker, but it's almost like we have two separate, well, on the city side we have this merit manual, and on your side you have your own measurement of what the market requires, I guess, to get appropriate help. And we have a grid that pretty much guides us into, this is all we're going to pay for this job. If you're hired off the street, these are the categories based on your experience, based on your job description. This is where you get slotted in, and we seem to be able to find those resources and those people without having to be the I think we get some very strong people on the city side, and you have some strong people on your side, but we seem to be able to find those people at certainly reduced salaries. And what's your policy on A rates? What does an A rate mean when I see directors or people like people in, what is an A rate? You know what an A rate is?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Alderman Deane's going to send you the file. We'll find out what A rates are. I see them on assistant principals, and I see them on directors. I don't know what kind of, which, on the city side, an A rate usually means that you've taken a job on a temporary basis to fill in for someone. But generally, on the city side, I think the policy is that you have to kind of prove your worth. You don't get like 30% of that person's salary the first day that you're covering for that person. You start off at 10%, you prove your worth after 30 days, and maybe or not, it's backdated, I don't know, depending on how you performed in that position. But I didn't know if you had a policy for A rates or not.
No.
I'm all set with that for now.
So, sorry, Can I just clarify? So the A rate on the city side you're saying is, say, if Mr. Barker were to leave and you might step somebody up, that differential would be called an A rate?
That would be called an A rate, but it isn't the same rate on day 1 as it is on day 30.
Okay.
And you have to prove your worth as well. It isn't just that suddenly you're going to do that job and you might backdate it after 30 days and decide that the individual handled it very, very well and that you want to give them 20% instead of 10%. But there is a policy as to how you start them out and how far you can bring them up.
Alderman Deane, can I ask a
Mrs.
question?
Ziem,
I'm just wondering when you're talking about
pull the
that.
microphone down.
I'm wondering when you're talking about that if the city has a policy when they hire somebody as inexperienced as opposed to experience, is there some kind of differential that you use?
The answer to that is yes, but there's also a policy that says you can't hire someone for less than, for example, I think it's no matter, you can't hire someone for higher than, I think it's, we have different levels, we have grades and levels, and you can't hire someone for, once you get his job description, he fits into, like, I don't know, I think it's a grade this way and a level that way. Once you fit into grade 11, you can't go higher than 12 coming in off the street. You can't get 13, 14, 15, or 16. 12 is the limit. If this is your job description, you fall somewhere on that line, but you can't go past, you can't go right to the end of the line and collect those numbers. You have to come in at something that's affordable for that position. Anyhow, we'll send you the file, and we'll find out a little bit more.
Thank you.
And, thank you.
Yeah, we can do that.
You're in your 1900. Does anybody else, any other questions in these 11 or 12?
Yeah.
Alderman Wilshire.
I had a question about, oh, where did I just see it? Crossing guards, 12060. Went from 111,000, almost in half, about 59,000. You cutting positions or?
Actually, when I was reviewing today, that line item, I had the exact same question, why it was so low. Because I'm expecting this year to be about 100,000. So it could potentially be an error on that line in the budget. That's all I can tell you right now, but I did notice that this afternoon myself.
Yeah, we did not cut crossing guards.
Thank you.
Alderman Cookson?
Thank you. I'd like to look at the line item just above that, the 12021 athletic coach, 306,000 to 327,000 with a payroll of 1.
Well, it's
A lot of coaches.
it's not just one.
Thank you.
There's obviously, it's all the athletic coaches at the high school and the middle. Once again, that 306 number was probably not a accurate budget in 2010. The number I'm expecting for 2010 is more like 324,000. And basically what I did for the 327 was I took every coaching position. There's a grid that you use for the coaches depending on number of years experience. I calculated that in based on existing coaches. That's the calculation.
Is there a reason why we don't reflect the number of coaches? Why we just have it itemized as 1?
I don't know of a reason.
Well, if I could, you get into this issue, particularly with part-time, as far as, how many employees do you have in the school department? Well, in most cases, a coach, not every case, about 3/4 of our coaches are also teachers. And they're just getting a stipend for serving as a coach. So we don't really view them as an additional position. You could get into this situation where all of a sudden, if you call each coach a full-time position, as you understand, you're shooting up the numbers of people who you're saying work for the school department. Then some people, as you know, start applying ratios to number of students. And so we're trying to be accurate in saying how many people do we really have working for us. If you look at a paraprofessional, they're working 6.5 hours a day. That makes sense.
But your paraprofessional line, you do a more accurate job of identifying the 322 on that payroll line item. If you look at the 12006,
Right.
you've got an instructor, which I assume would be a instructor, or an instructor at $67,000 versus the 193, or maybe that's more than one as well.
Well, again, and I'd have to look at the instructor line, but going back to athletic coaches, we're just trying to give an accurate count of, how many people are actually providing education, or how many positions do you have? And a coach is getting a stipend, they're working after hours. Anybody who's coached knows that they put in a lot more hours sometimes than what their stipend would tend to identify, but we wouldn't see it as, I wouldn't say we have 200 people working in our, 200 positions in our athletic program, because then people are going to make assumptions about that as you look at the.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just very difficult to follow along with what this budget truly represents. There's absolutely no way to say, whether you have too many athletic coaches, too few athletic coaches, too many crossing guards, not enough crossing guards. It's just a very, very difficult payroll to take a look at and really come to some sort of validation that we've actually captured what it is that's needed to adequately fund.
I think crossing guards, typically we had showed the number of crossing guards we had in that, so I think that's something we do need to look at. Coaches, we could certainly tell you how many coaches we have, but I think we've worked not to get into an FTE for total, full-time equivalents within the district. But we could certainly get that to you if you'd like.
Thank you. And I just had one last question. That was about 12078, and really trying to understand what the $70,000 is for tutoring.
That would be two different kinds of tutoring. Some of that could be tutoring that's required under special education requirements.
Okay.
Some of that's going to be tutoring that's required under 504, for example. If a student is hospitalized for a period of time, we may be required to provide tutoring services.
But those would be the only two scenarios that make up that line item.
On the operating budget.
On the operating budget.
It would be instances where typically we're obligated to maintain a student's education by providing those tutoring services.
And who provides those tutoring services? Is it an outsourced program, or is it an instructor that provides those tutoring services?
It's part-time staff we hire to provide the tutoring services, and that's why you see it listed as part-time payroll.
Could it be an instructor? Could it be the instructor of that math course, that geometry course, or is it
No, I think typically,
it's an outside service?
yes. Now, there are times where it comes in as a contracted cost because, for example, a student is placed at the state hospital for 2 weeks. They're providing tutoring. They bill us the cost of that. Other times it may be, right, that we
Okay.
provide the instructor. But it wouldn't be, it's not our own staff. Well, no, it is our own staff. It's not our teachers. Typically, it's a part-time individual who provides those services because they're often being provided during the day when our classes are in session.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Donovan,
Yes.
in order to cover our projected severance this year, is there enough money in there to cover those high school positions factored into that 1.8 million?
Depends on how many teachers retire.
You've got 12 so far.
Right.
And last year at this
So it
time, we had
should-
11. At the beginning of May, end of April.
And if the money's left in that severance account, once the budget's approved, you can spend it on pencils if you want to.
That would not be my suggestion.
I know that wouldn't, but that's, in fact, you might have a suggestion on what to do with it, but it can be spent on purposes other than what it was originally approved for in the operating budget.
Yes, but I would suggest we keep it for the following year in the same account.
If I could interject too, this has been an area of some discussion with our board because it's been viewed as a little confusing from a budget standpoint. When I was here, in my earlier life, the city would remove that entire amount from our budget and put it into an expendable trust fund for retirement. And then it would be transferred back as we had expenses. And I think that's where some of the confusion came from that led to some of the budget difficulties, because over time, the city started just putting that $800,000 into that expendable trust fund. Traditionally, I had budgeted it as part of the board's budget. City had just started moving it out into the expendable trust fund, and then it came back in as we had liabilities, and typically, we were pretty close. It was pretty stable. So quite candidly, I'm not clear what the city's practice is at this time, and that's something we had some discussions with Mr. Gilbar about earlier, but that's been the approach, at least for a number of years when I was here.
And that hasn't changed.
It appears to this year.
Yeah, this year.
Well,
what I'm saying, Alderman McCarthy, is once the budget's approved with that 1.8 million in there, there's no transfer, there's no nothing. The money's in the appropriation to be spent on
That's correct.
whatever they want to spend it on.
Well,
Be severances or whatever once the budget's approved.
but again, during my time, the Board of Aldermen would remove that funding from the Board of Education budget, and then it would be moved back in, and Alderman Lozeau remembers that, I think, as part of the budgeting process. It was taken out of our budget into the expendable trust fund, and then after the budget was approved, would be moved back in as we had those liabilities. So I think the practices have probably changed over time.
Mr. Dowd.
What Superintendent Conrad's saying is if you wanted to take a lesser number, put it on your side of the ledger, and take the risk that more people aren't going to retire, we'd be fine with that, and you could use the balance to restore the teachers. But if you take that into your side of the ledger, the risk is yours if more people retire.
It seems like we've absorbed a lot of risk from the school district over the last couple of years, so it's just something to contemplate. If it's overstated and you're in here, looking for another $2 million, or people are in the community are looking for an additional $2 million to be added to the operating budget, it's always nice to look within what's been, presented before we start adding, because there may be opportunities to address some of the deficiencies that people in the community are concerned with. That's what I'm
But on
getting.
our side of the ledger, what we're saying is with the tight budget we have, based on what's happened over the last 2 years, if you reduce that by 400,000, we can't absorb that if more people retire. We don't have any place in the budget to absorb that kind of a difference. So if you wanted to take the severance back into the city side of the ledger and address the severance, I think what the superintendent's saying is that's fine.
And if we left it on your side of the ledger and the severance numbers came in a lot lower, what would the Board of Education's plans be to do with the balance of the money that was left in that account?
Well, since I'm only one, you'd have to have the entire board
What's
weigh
your
in on
opinion?
that.
What would you do with it?
I think that we'd have that left over at the end of the year.
Yes.
Well, what would you do with it then? I mean, say you're getting to year end, like has happened many times in the past.
Well, I believe you typically have two options, and both of them under the control of the Board of Aldermen, was either roll it into the next year's budget or return it to the city.
I mean, escrow or return it?
Again, that's only my opinion, not the Board of Education's.
Alderman McCarthy?
Yeah, just wonder, when do we understand what the real severance number is?
Probably by mid-July, end of July.
Mrs. Seem.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would just like to add one quick thing. When we come up $400,000 short, because we do not have any moving room in our budget, who gets hurt is our kids. We have no other place to take it, and so we end up going into the classroom, taking it from the kids. And that's what grieves me about it. You know, I agree with Alderman Flynn. There are areas that we could work on and tighten up the ship, if you would. But the classroom is not one of them. From my perspective, it is always the classroom. And right now, there are not a lot of things that we can move. So if we put the figure that you want and then we come up short, it's your child and my child, your grandchild and my grandchild that's going to suffer. And I think that's unacceptable. Respectfully submitted.
Alderman McCarthy?
Yeah, and I don't think anybody disagrees with that conclusion. I think the issue that's coming up here is there's a big number in here, and the way we're controlling that number has changed. And I think what Alderman Deane is articulating is the concern that once it is in the school budget and not the trust fund, if it comes up to have $1 million surplus, what happens to that $1 million? I mean, I think we as a board clearly understand that we have a liability for the severance cost, and whatever that is needs to get paid. I think many of us on the Board of Aldermen believe that if we are lucky on that severance cost, that some of that should be put to reinstating the costs that would otherwise impact children. And I think the underlying theme there is, how do we make sure that one of those two outcomes happens, and not at the end of the year we find, you know, it went somewhere else. And I'm not saying that that's something we're likely to see with the existing board or the existing administration, but I think we've had enough surprises in the past, and we've had enough surprises in the last year that, you know, this board has some concern over the fiscal policies of what we do to handle those big expenses and what happens with the surpluses. I personally think, you know, we'll figure this out, and I have some ideas on how to do this so that we can get to a point where we can handle it out of severance savings once we understand them, you know, if the savings are there. Other than that, if there's money left in that account, I think we ought to be putting it into the trust fund to handle future retirement. I mean, we understand what the ongoing average liability is. We know what the average service life of our employees is. We understand what the severance is at the end of that. On average, if you divide that into the number of employees we've got, you can tell how much it's going to cost us on a yearly basis and then inflate that. And we ought to have a target of budgeting that amount on a yearly basis and have enough in the trust fund to cushion us so that expense is flattened out.
Mrs. Ziem?
There is another area where we have a similar problem, in my opinion, Alderman McCarthy. In special education, my understanding is, and certainly Mr. Conrad can verify this, but my understanding is that every year our special education increase, and it's not something we budget, over $1 million. And when that happens, again, it goes back to the classroom, and it comes right out of our books, out of our paper, out of our teachers, where it shouldn't come from. So those are two areas where I would very much appreciate it if this board, your board, would step forward and relieve us of that burden and fix it. And you can do it. I have confidence in you. I'm looking forward to it.
We also have to understand that we have the plight of many within the community too, Mrs. Ziem, where it's their bank accounts are not bottomless pits. I mean,
and I'm one of those, so I appreciate that.
Well, you know, you try to look for some equity.
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Alderman
if I could, just to put some of that in perspective, I think, and I don't want to dwell on any of this, but I mean, this board is in a position where we have had to ask every other department to make substantial sacrifices to deal with a problem that was not caused by but is owned by everyone in this room. And, you know, I think we can't take that terribly lightly. There is no easy or good solution out of this. We can't, you know, we've heard, well, we should have just left the tax rate the same. Can't do that because our tax rate is uniform across businesses and residences. It's low for residences because it went up for businesses, and if we were to just, you know, approach it that way, we do tremendous damage to ourselves in terms of economic development and in economic stability. So we're looking for good ways to make sure that we don't have that impact in the classrooms, but, you know, deal with the fact that we've got a multi-million-dollar problem that has caused a lot of pain in other divisions than the school department. So I think, you know, the frustration on the part of this board is we're already up against the wall with the rest of the city, and we're trying to find a good way to deal with this. I don't think there's anybody who wants to damage the school department. I think we're trying to find ways to deal with that. I certainly believe that things like having massive study halls are not good. I was in one for a while when our gymnasium was being rebuilt when I was in high school. I didn't get a lot of studying done in there, you know. I think we're trying to find solutions, and I ask that you know, the Board of Ed bear with us as we go through that process.
Mrs. Seem?
I just want to be, Alderman McCarthy, have the greatest respect for this board and for the burden that you're trying to resolve. My only purpose here is to try to speak for the children, because I think sometimes they get lost, and I'm disappointed to see that when it happens. But I do appreciate, I respect I think it's wonderful when our boards can have a balance in their membership, so that all sides are represented of the city. That's what we need. And our board, in my opinion, now has a better balance than it has had in the past. There are voices from both sides. I think your board has a good balance now, and I look forward to better communication than I've ever seen. And I'm certainly, while I'm saying it, I would like to say that I am the most encouraged I've been since I've been on this board. This is going into my 6th year. And I see our board as, I see our leadership as the best I've seen since I've been on it. And I also see our board as being a better balance. So with that in mind, I'm very encouraged. I really think that a better day is coming, and you're part of that, and I appreciate every member of the Board of Aldermen. I know what a sacrifice it is for you to, you have no life.
Meanwhile, back at the budget, I wanted to go in this 1900 account. Are any of these?
Oh, you got the one up?
1900 even? Is that the one you want?
Yeah, well, 1900, this is called miscellaneous, this is payroll other, it's called.
Yes.
Stipends. Those for teachers, or those for unaffiliated?
Well, first of all, the miscellaneous payroll, those are specific.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Donovan, I'm going down to 19,230.
There's stipends and staffings.
No, just 230, just stipends.
Right. Okay. Staffings is below it. Right. Do you, I mean...
Alderman Flynn brought up a point, like I started sitting on that facilities study committee, and they brought a principal in, and the principal was given a couple of $1,000 stipend to participate.
I can tell you, I can't respond to that.
I can respond to that. That was one of the principals, and she was actually not just coordinating with the facilities group, but the whole strategic planning process. But you are correct that there was a stipend paid for that.
These stipends typically would reflect teachers who are working additional hours, generally through the summer, I believe. And that would be for staff development or curriculum development, or they receive $25 an hour for work beyond the contract. And most of that is expended out during the summer months.
And your educational reimbursement is contractual as well?
Yep.
Yes.
And that account would probably cover paraprofessionals and secretaries.
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 of the contracts have specific amounts in the contracts for those.
It's like your staffings and your 240 line. Last year, you were given 85,000. As of, I don't know what the freshest data is, but you had spent less than 15,000 of that. At least your 70,000, does that come in quarterly increments, or how does that?
No, it tends to be expended between now and the end of the school year, because staffing is when you have to participate in a team to update or revise a child's individual education plan for identified students. And you typically revise those plans or review them for the next year and update them in the spring. So this
We've reduced that line by 35,000, so there's that much less work to do?
I think the 85 was too high.
And the 85 is too high.
Right, so this is one of those few instances where we're able to put less money into a budget line than we had.
And your miscellaneous payroll, you were going to get into that, Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, that's basically a few positions. There are 2 co-curricular advisors, one at each high school, covers those 2 positions. It covers 2 positions within the CTE program, one at North, one at South, called Career Center Coordinators. And it covers the Special Education Out-of-District Coordinator position. So those they just don't have their own separate line items.
Why don't they? It's more than miscellaneous pay. Those are full-time positions, right? They get benefits and everything?
One of them, I know the out-of-district coordinator is. I do not believe the co-curricular advisors are. I'm not sure about the CTE ones.
Does anyone know the answer to that?
Well, they've always been carried under miscellaneous. They were carried under miscellaneous when I was here previously in the position, and I think it was just a sense of, when you look at how this is structured, you have all these individual commodity codes for 1 or 2 people, and then you have 1 commodity code for 770. So I think it was an attempt to maintain some simplicity in the budget by reducing the number of commodity codes. I think that's all it was.
Anyone have any questions in the 13 through 19 lines? Alderman Flynn?
I think I wrote down 12. There are 12 teachers that are coming from the Phoenix program and are going over into either the junior high or into the high schools. Are they in the teacher line? Are they going to be teaching classes? Why would they be in, and what's their function?
Sure. They would all be in the teacher line. They're all in the teacher line now, and what we actually did, they may not be the same people in the new positions. We knew in bringing Phoenix students back, and in not having the Phoenix program as an option for students, we needed to find a way to address at-risk needs for students in our schools who are at risk of school failure and dropping out. So we've established 2 positions each in Fairgrounds Middle and Pennachuck Middle, focusing on either reading and math and then additional guidance services or social work services. We've established 4 positions at Elm Street and 4 positions at the high school. And in some instances, the Phoenix teachers will be moving into some of those new positions. In other instances, we may be hiring new staff, and Phoenix program staff will be going into mainstream classrooms where they're certified. So people will be moving around, but we were able to, I think what we've essentially done is maintain teaching resources for students at risk, but eliminate some of the overhead costs that came with maintaining a separate program in a separate location. And that was the intent. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah,
but-
so that I know what line they're in, and they really don't change class size very, very much, it doesn't sound like.
No, because in each instance, in each of those 4 locations, you have a guidance position. In the high school, actually, you have a guidance position, and then Patty Place is the director of the Phoenix program. Her position has been restructured to provide more, she's going to be not only working directly with students, but providing more, building systemic programs for students, like bringing in more mental health services and those working with community agencies. And then you'll either have reading teachers working with small groups of students or math teachers working with small groups of students, so they're not going to impact the staff ratios student ratios very much.
If I could, do we still have a courier, a school courier, or somebody who, I don't know, moves packages or moves mail or something between all the facilities? We still have that position like that?
We do have a courier. I don't know if it's been combined.
He's in the custodian union. There's one person.
And I heard something earlier, I actually hadn't thought of that before, but Alderman Deane or one of the aldermen mentioned the Booster Club. Those services if you go to a game, those services where somebody's either taking care of a time clock or somebody's holding, I don't know, the first down marker. Are those all positions that are volunteer positions done through like some kind of booster coordinated activity?
No, some of those are actually paid, like your ticket takers would tend to be paid. And in those instances, they're typically supported through the game receipts. But some of them are paid on an hourly basis.
But they wouldn't be paid from this budget here?
I think they're paid.
They're paid out of the gate receipts.
Yeah, they're paid out of the gate receipts.
Which is a expendable trust fund someplace?
Yes.
Well, that would be the Special Revenue Fund.
Special Revenue Fund?
Had earlier, right.
I'm all set with the 11s. All set with the 11s.
You're all set with the 11s? Anyone have any questions for the 12 or 13 lines? Alderman Wilshire?
I just had a request, wondering if you can provide us a class size by grade and by school?
We can do that easily for the elementary school, and we can provide you average sizes by team at the middle school level. The high school gets a little more difficult. It's difficult to use an average at the high school. We could probably, well, we'll look for a way to do that, but you get into issue at the high school. Some classes, you can have 31 students. Some classes, like science classrooms, you can have 24. You have some CTE programs where you can't have more than 18 students because of safety considerations and state guidelines. So we have to find a way to decipher those different classes for you, but we can provide you with what we have.
Mr. Conrad, when you, has the school district done away with the variances other than what they're required by law to do?
No, we do have some variances, but we have said to parents, and we say this every year, you have to reapply for a variance. And we have said to parents that variances may be more questionable in the future as the class sizes grow larger. But, you know, sometimes it helps you too if you're coming from a school that has very large class sizes. Sometimes it can hurt you if you're going into a school with large class sizes. So we look at it each year on a case-by-case basis.
I know in the past, I had looked at the class sizes and there were, you know, issues, I think over at New Searles in the 4th grade with the class sizes. Well, that was driven by the school district. They created that issue themselves by granting the variances, allowing that many children in and not that many out, and the class sizes grew. So, I mean, I know we're under...
Well, I think we have to be careful about assumptions on that because you have some, under No Child Left Behind, you have to offer...
Correct.
right? And new
But this,
Searles-
these were not legally binding, these weren't variances that were required by law. These were variances because people, you know, for whatever reason, they were granted other than court-ordered or whatever. And I still have that data, it's probably at Mrs. Zeem's feet, that showed all the students that went in, but it would skew the, you know, the class sizes, which would,
Yeah,
you know,
I can't-
trigger, but there's more of a,
Well, I can't speak to that right now. I do know one of the issues we had in New Searles was there were a number of elementary positions we had to keep vacant this year because of our budget issues, and so we eliminated either 4th or 5th grade position in New Searles that was vacant, and that pressed up our class sizes beyond what we'd anticipated. And by that point, you know.
this was a few years ago. It had nothing to do with this budget. It was probably 3 or 4 or 5 years ago.
I don't know if that particular question you're asking is an issue at that school right now, but we'll be taking a close look at.
But I'm saying Alderman Wilshire had requested class size data.
Right.
I'd like to, you know, and I know that variances are allowed, and some of them, you know, you have no choice in the matter.
Right.
But there are other instances where you do have a choice in the matter. That's what I was interested in seeing, how many variances that you weren't required by law that were granted.
Okay.
Alderman Cookson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Conrad, for overages in fiscal year 10, do we have a forecast of what that might be? And where does it show up in our budget?
You do.
Overages would show up in the stipends line, and I believe they're going to be very minimal this year, if $1,000 or so. And just to sort of update everyone on the stipends, the significant piece of the stipend payment is per contract. The paraprofessionals have a $250 stipend if they are NCLB, meet the NCLB standards. And that this year, that payment was about $67,000. So most of that stipends number is a paraprofessional contract issue.
Okay, stand corrected then.
May I continue, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. So, Mr. Donovan, that overage, can you help me understand that just a little bit better? How much is an instructor paid when their class reaches a certain threshold?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't. It's in the contract.
We can read
We
it to you
can-
and see
yeah.
if you understand.
I'm just trying to better understand that $1,000 that you've estimated or forecasted. How many classes does that represent?
My $1,000 estimate was just a small estimate. That's a relatively small number in the
Understood. So
scheme of things.
is that one classroom that's?
I didn't do a lot of math to come up with that number. Because to figure out the $1,000 could take me 3 days. It's not worth that effort.
Well,
I'm just trying to realize if it's a significant issue or a small issue.
A small issue.
And if you tell me that the overage of $1,000 is affecting 1 to 2 classrooms, I'm going to say, okay, I understand that. But if, you know, so I was trying to better understand how that $1,000 is estimated.
Mr. Hollowell, maybe.
Mr. Hollowell, do you know the mathematical formula for the?
I can provide you the mathematical formula, and but that won't tell me how many classrooms, so we'd have to investigate how many classrooms. As to how it's estimated, it's not a number it's a hard number to estimate, because it matters how well you manage to do your scheduling, is what it comes down to. I will say that I think 3 or 4 years ago, actually, 3 or 4 years ago, it was a number like $50,000. So the fact that it's 1,000, I think we can all be pretty ecstatic about, because that means that people like Mr. Cochran in the back there have been doing a fantastic job at the high school scheduling so that we don't we don't have that issue. I know one of the reasons that this got into the contract was because there were some major issues where there were wide varieties in the number of students per teacher, even for the same class, because the scheduling was not working out as well.
I think it also goes to say that as you look at your forecast for fiscal year 11 and seeing it relatively flat over, fiscal year 10's budget, that you don't expect overages to be an issue this coming year either.
Mr. Conrad?
No, but I want to qualify that. It does get very expensive very quickly, where you really, it gets less expensive to hire another teacher if you go too far into that overage. And we're not trying to be difficult in saying, well, how much more is it? Because it's a pretty complex formula. But here's what's happening at the high school, and has been happening in recent years. We really created the vision of high school as being student-driven. So we look at what are the courses students are selecting and then work to create our staffing from that. As many high schools have had to throttle down their curriculum because of the economic times we're in, they've tended to say, here are the courses we're offering, and you have to decide how you can fit in. So you might get your first, second, third, or fourth choice. We've really tried to provide students with coming as close to their first choices as possible, because we think if they're interested in the subject, they'll be more engaged in it and learn more. And this year, actually, we held off until the end of April before determining where those 15 high school positions would be cut, because we wanted to see where student enrollments were as students started signing up for fewer courses. But I think you're finding more instances where high school students are not getting their first or even second choice. And you're going to see that growing in the future as our class sizes get larger and our number of electives get smaller. So you can't simply look at the budget and say we've done a good job scheduling because we don't have overages. We have done that, but it can also reflect the fact that students are less likely to get the courses they'd really like to be able to study in. But high school scheduling is probably the most complex thing we do, and most people don't understand it well except for a few. Dr. Cochran's one of them, and our director of guidance is another.
Thank you.
Is that the case?
In terms of?
Well, is that the perceived case, that they're not going to get their first choices? Because of the study hall?
I think that's been growing over time as our class sizes go up. So we eliminate, so the answer is no. Well, let me think how to qualify that again.
I don't get it, because what have we cut?
We've cut the number of positions we felt were necessary to offer 2 credits. But in doing that, we forced students to make difficult choices because they couldn't. They're now weighing, do I take the pre-engineering program or do I take course? So part of the outcome of forcing students in those study halls with fewer credits is they had to make difficult choices about courses they really wanted. The broader issue of students being more likely to not get their first or second choices, I think, been a factor that's probably grown over time as our class sizes have gone up. Dr. Cochran, is that a fair statement? Is that a fair statement that over time students have been less likely to get their first or second choice as their class sizes have gone up?
Is this on?
Yeah.
It's on.
Over time, over the last 3 instructional years, the average class size of core academic subjects, which are capped at 30, has gone from the low 20s, 22.5 to about 25, which really means by the time you have foundations classes of 22, you're looking at 28, 29, 30 risk of overages. Overages have been down, but we have kept a relatively high percentage of that, the requests that we can give. Every year it gets a little bit more difficult as we lose teachers and class sizes go up, but we've become very efficient at that. Did you want the overage numbers for this year?
If you have them, sure.
Between $5,000 and $6,000. That's down from $81,000 during the first year that Dr. Earl was the superintendent, down to $60,000 after that, down to $20,000 last year, and about $5,000 to $6,000 this year. All were approved ahead of time. Basically, I think there's a total of 6 students two students are students 32 and 33 in an AP Statistics class at South. If we divided the class, it would have cost us about $8,000 to $10,000. It cost us about $1,500 or $2,000 to maintain the class overage. So it was just much more cost effective to pay that. And the other was a situation with a relatively small CTE class that was already at capacity, and a couple of students transferred in. And it's a situation where we really try to maintain those because of Perkins funding. And so that's pretty much where we are. The numbers haven't quite hit Mr. Donovan's desk yet, but I spoke to Julie in his office last week, and that was the figure that we came. I think we're within $500 of the actual number.
I got another question for you while you're up. You know, the talk is a study hall for the freshmen and the sophomores. Why wouldn't we take that idea and move it up to the juniors and the seniors?
That was actually where the conversation started. The rationale really was that the juniors and seniors are probably more likely to be less of an issue in study halls, but that if you look at most of the students and where they are in their four-year academic plan, it's juniors and seniors who would be most drastically impeded in their ability to complete the program. Juniors, for example, are the most highly conflicted students. They're starting two-year CTE programs, or they're ramping up to their AP courses, and to change the rules of the road for juniors and seniors at this point in time was seen to be basically by everyone less fair. If a freshman comes in knowing that they'll get 7, 8, a total of 30 credits, which is still one of the very highest in the state, there would be a time to plan, there would be time to make corrections, but with juniors and seniors, the students wouldn't have that opportunity. They would be reacting. In some cases, plans that students had laid out and were following would have to be diverted. They would have to not get the AP courses that they wanted, or not get the CTE courses that they wanted. The trade-off is that freshmen and sophomores are probably a little bit more difficult to manage in study halls, but that's where we started with juniors, seniors, and then basically reversed the thinking because of the stress that it would put on juniors and seniors who have their plans laid out and have been following those for already 2 or 3 years.
What's the state average for credits? You said we're rather high, even though we're dropping 2?
I think we're about third or fourth highest. At 30, we'd be the third or fourth highest in the state. Most of them range between 25 and 27. Some are as low as 20, which is the state minimum.
So even with the reduction of the 2, if it is to happen, it's not Armageddon in the school district then, right?
It still offers a robust program, but it's certainly a drop down from the vision that was originally articulated in the plans that these students have in front of them.
Mr. Conrad.
I was just going to add, for me, and this may not be true for parents or students, but I think for me and for school administrators, the concern is less the loss of credits, although that's a concern, but it's more managing those study halls. That's going to be a very difficult task, and I'll tell you what's going to happen. Our assistant principals, who are part of the team that deals with teacher evaluation and supervision, dropout prevention efforts, are going to wind up spending their time in the cafeterias dealing with discipline issues and not getting to the school reform issues or the value-added things they bring to the job as far as improving instruction. And this gets back to the point that our block schedule was never set up for study halls. And so, I think parents are really concerned with a drop in credits, and I understand that that was the vision of the high school, and I'm concerned about that. But as Dr. Cochran said, we're still very high on the list of high schools in the state. It wouldn't jeopardize students' ability to get into very good schools, colleges, but managing those study halls is going to be really difficult.
McCarthy?
Yeah, with regard to the reduced credits, I mean, we may still be high in New Hampshire, but where does that put us relative to New York, California, and Massachusetts? Because that's who our kids are competing with to get into top-end colleges.
It's having an impact on business programs. It's having an impact on pre-engineering programs. There were some programs that were more than 2-year CTE programs, and it is having an impact on those.
Alderman Clemmons.
I'd like to just add that I think that having those study halls is going to be a major PR problem for the city in the respect of attracting new businesses and as well as families who want to come and raise their children here. I think if you look at the what people look for in a city, they look to make sure that the schools are good and it's safe. And I think we've done a very good job at that in the past, and I think that, you know, we need to continue to do that. When you say to the public that, well, because of fiscal restraints, we're going to have to warehouse children for 45 minutes a day for 2 years out of their 4-year high school education, I think people say, well, maybe Nashua isn't the place to move. Maybe we'll move somewhere on the outskirts and, you know, we'll still take advantage of the other benefits of the city. And so I think that it's going to be a major PR problem. And I think that in addition to that, you're going to find that, just as the superintendent said, the disciplinary problems and the other things that are going to go on as a result of that are going to further damage the reputations of the high schools. And that may take years to recover from.
Wow, okay. Anybody have any other questions down to 19? Mr. Dow, do you have a question?
I was just handed something out of Money Magazine that relates to that.
I want to state, is this budget related? I'd like to try to get through the rest of this.
That's very short.
Okay. Is it budget related, though?
I think so.
Okay.
It says why it pays to seek out great schools, which is addressing what was just brought up. It says even if you don't have school-age kids, it can still be worth shelling out bigger bucks and paying higher taxes for a home in an area with good public schools. Those houses tend to appreciate more in up markets and sell faster for higher prices in down markets, says David Deane, a Northwestern University professor who studied the relationship between home prices and schools. Want to avoid paying a premium by researching teacher credentials, funding, and community support, as well as test scores. You may be able to uncover new and improving school districts where the homes don't command the same price today as areas with brand name cachet, but could be in the future. So.
Thank you.
Alderman Deane?
Yes.
I just have a request, and it's to go along with Alderman Wilshire's request for the class breakouts. For the high school, when you give us the class sizes for this year, could you also then give us anticipated for next year? And would it be possible to break them out by content areas so we could see things like in foreign language classes where having an opportunity to speak is really important? We can see if those opportunities are going to be compromised by changes in class time.
Let me see what I can give you for the high school. I'm not sure, because we're still in the process of completing the schedule, I'm not sure we can give you the projected for next year yet, but we could,
Okay,
I would think,
thank
give
you.
you this year. Yeah.
Thank you.
What would be the timeline on putting that together, Mr. Conrad?
Dr. Cochran, do you have a sense of when we'd be far enough along? It's only the high school that's in question. The others were.
The existing timelines?
Well, when would we have a good class size estimate for next year and by subject?
A reasonably accurate one would be mid-October, mid-August rather. We get an influx of somewhere between 120 to 150 students over the summer. That's one of the issues that happened last year. The NSDAC report had us going down 50 students at the high school, and we're actually up 75, so we had 125 student turnaround. We'll have reasonable numbers based on prior years, probably within the next 3 weeks, 2 weeks would give us class sizes.
I think what you'll see, trying to compare this year to next, isn't so much a significant change in average class size. It'll be high. But you're going to see some subjects where there's a real decrease in enrollments. So you'll see business DTE classes with real decreases in enrollments. You may see some language classes with decreases in enrollments in teaching sections. So that's where you're really going to see the changes. You're not going to be able to do the apples to apples comparison because there are some specific areas where we've made reductions based on student enrollments that we saw.
Thank you.
So, getting back to the question, it's about 3-week wait on that information?
Well, we should be able to get it to you before then, at least for this year and for next year for elementary and middle school.
Any other questions, Alderman Vitale?
On 12-198, the 11.98 teacher part-time, Aldermanic approved for 2010 was 387,084. Why the more has been expended at this point right now? Why the increase? What happened right in there?
Well, basically, that, I would define that as another sort of budget snafu in the 2010 budget. It was 387. I'm projecting this year to be closer to about 670,000. But basically, the 736 number budgeted this year, that's a specific set of teachers. They're on certain steps. It's person by person, that's the right number.
Sometimes when you get into, you have one more section you have to offer, you may get some shift between full-time and part-time teachers too.
Okay.
So you're confident, Mr. Donovan, on that 736,056, huh?
You want to sit down and look at the spreadsheet? Come on over.
Say things like that to Alderman Deane.
No, it's all right there.
No, I don't want to be
careful what you ask for.
accused of bringing the school district to a standstill. Back to the 19, is anybody 19 up? Moving forward with the telecommunications. Geez, out of all the people that we've seen, and you're the last ones, the natural gas, is that the number that you got from purchasing, Mr. Gabriel? That's what he sent over. Everybody else seemed to have significant savings, but,
Well, that number's for Mr. Smith.
oh, Mr. Smith.
Yes. Mr. Gabriel, we're just beginning to work with Mr. Gabriel. Mr. Smith has been working with the utilities and the energy program for a while at the schools. Now the city and the schools are just starting to come together on that.
Some of that would reflect the fact we've had an energy management position and program in place for a fair length of time, so we're not on a slope of significant savings one year to the next because we've already instituted those savings in many instances.
Well, I don't know if that's, I don't know if that's, I guess that's the case, but Mr. Gabriel went out and brokered a therm cost on our gas and saved a significant amount of money. And here, what I'm seeing is either the usage was a lot greater than they had anticipated, or the per therm cost that
I
he,
think our per therm costs, we locked in at a different time and they're a little bit higher than the city.
but you haven't locked in this year though, have you?
Yes, we have, I think. Yeah, it was it was a 2-year. So
Oh, it was a
we'll-
2-year
I-
lock?
I think so. Do you know?
Oh,
Wait.
No, I think it was a one-year lock, but I think it was done just before the sort of two parties got together. Because like we said, Mr. Smith's been working on this for a while, so he wasn't aware that Mr. Gabriel was working on this for the city. So now that that's been brought up, the two parties will get together going forward.
yeah, that's good.
Yep.
You know. Because what are we looking at there, $100,000? Away from 14, 1.4 million. Yeah, you're looking at about $65,000, $70,000 difference.
Well, but, you know, the thing to remember, there's the per therm cost, but then how many are you going to use? That depends on the weather, right?
Yeah, but do you get to sell it back at whatever the market rate is? If you have an abundance of what you've bought?
I don't think that's how it works. I'm not 100%, I'd have to look at that, but I'm pretty sure
It can
it's...
work like that.
Yeah, it
They
depends on-
can, but I'm not sure it
Depends on the contract.
you know, you don't have to buy a certain amount, or you can...
I know, but if you figure your average usage, you can buy that amount. If you use less, you can sell it back to them at whatever the market rate is at that point in time. But, any questions on electricity, water, telephone service? Office supplies? Janitorial supplies? Postage? Printing? You guys ever use the printer over here? Ralph downstairs?
We do. I think we do our letterhead, envelopes, business cards.
You use them for any more than that?
We used to, and I think they still do this, we used to go out for a bid every year for our major printing costs and have him bid at the same time. In some instances, he was a little bit higher than some of the outside vendors, and depending on the nature of the forms and like. In other cases, he was lower and we'd use him. So I think we do a pretty competitive process for printing.
So you're finding that outsourcing at times is cheaper in that instance with
I think
the
so.
printing?
Not all the time, but sometimes.
Turning the page to major departmental expenses, 45. Tournament fees, assignment fees, periodicals. Any questions in this area? Moving on to uniforms, medical supplies, miscellaneous supplies. Your 49,997, could you explain that?
That's, there's three items. Basically, when we talked earlier about the CTE, the 718,000, I think was the number.
Yeah.
This is one of those line items. If you look at, I believe it's 64,997, 49,997, and the large one's on the first page, 11,996. You add those three numbers up, you'll get the 718. And that's the amount from the CTE fund that we discussed earlier.
Moving into the 53.
Chairman Deane?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just have a question about 49050, educational supplies. Is that where we're capturing things like clay for pottery classes, film for photography classes, those sorts of things?
Yeah, that's a general miscellaneous school supply
Okay,
account.
I have a question. My understanding is that for some of those classes, students then buy supplies. As in the photography class, they purchase paper for developing their photos. Where is that reflected when students have to buy additional supplies for classes and they're available from the teacher?
Well, I would hope there'd be a minimum number of circumstances where we're asking students to buy supplies for credit courses that they're taking. We're responsible for providing them with the basic supplies for being successful in the course. Now, if students want to go out and take additional pictures, certainly, and use our development facilities or pursue projects that might use additional film, I could see where they might be asked to buy their own film. But obviously, you wouldn't see that in the budget because they'd be buying that on their own. My expectation would be that we're providing the basic supplies to any student for a class that they're taking. And if that's not happening...
My experience is that, and what's been reported to me is that students buy some of their supplies and...
You mean through the school department?
Through the teacher of the course.
Oh, okay.
And like, They get so many pages of paper to develop, and if they make a mistake, too bad, so sad. If it's your last piece and you need another piece of paper to develop a photo, you need to buy it. And I share your concerns. I would hope that we're providing that, because I have had concerns raised by parents who can't afford to have their children take certain classes their children would like, because they have to pay for some of those
Well, I'll
supplies.
follow up and look into that in that particular course. If there are other courses you're hearing about, we should look into that, because students should have their basic materials provided. Now, in answer to your question, if a student wants to go out and develop another roll of film and use our facilities, and they, we get better pricing, what should happen is if they reimburse the teacher for that, that gets reimbursed back against that line, so that they can go ahead and replenish the supplies.
Right, and I totally appreciate if you want to do above and beyond, but the concern raised is that the basic supplies needed to be successful in the course, they have to buy, and so it provides a barrier to participating in the class.
Okay, so I'll look into that, and
Hence my question about where's the revenue from that? Because I would expect it to be
Well, for
put
example,
back in.
if vandalism occurs in one of our schools, and we have to replace a window, and then we get reimbursed for that, we put that back against that line to offset that cost, and I presume that's what should be happening with supplies.
Right.
But we should also
Thank
be
you.
providing them.
Alderman Cox?
Yeah, just a quick example for the art classes also. My daughter, the whole class had to pay a $35 fee this semester, and I should know which art. I think it was art two, but it was the art class.
So I'm hearing the art
Mrs.
classes are
Mrs.
concerned,
Perringer.
so we'll look into that.
Alderman Flynn?
So what line is batteries? I hear people saying we don't have batteries, we don't have paper, we don't have textbooks. And I mean, I hear this at work. I hear people say it when they come to the aldermanic meeting there, when they had a chance to talk about their frustration with lack of funding. And I mean, this is, of course, batteries. It's the first time I've heard about batteries this year, but textbooks and paper has been an ongoing, kind of an ongoing dialogue why we don't have. It seems like when I look at the budget, we never seem to expend quite what we have allocated for textbooks. I hear people talking about they don't have paper to run off copies of textbooks that they don't have enough of. I think somebody said that at the last aldermanic meeting.
Yep.
So where do batteries come from, first off, and why don't we have money for batteries?
Well, I assume batteries would come through school supplies as a
Either miscellaneous supplies or educational supplies.
I know the issue of paper has been a frustration even to some members of the Board of Education, like Mr. Hollowell. What I think, at the beginning of the year, one of the ways we had to cut $2.8 million was reducing our supply lines 10%. So principals got really nervous they wouldn't have enough funds to get through the year, and I think the message went out to some parents that they would have to provide some paper. I have since said to principals a number of times, if you're short paper, come see me. We have enough money to provide paper. So I'm going to have to keep hitting that message to our principals, and perhaps with a new year, we can get off that message. Although when I started in the district 13 years ago, that was one of the first issues that I heard from the board. So that hasn't changed.
So do they, who authorizes buying this? I mean, the principals themselves, they have
Principals
a
have an
secretary or
allocation.
someone who will suggest to them that we need to order supplies?
Yep.
And
Or
he's
teachers
not,
come to them.
he's been given directions from you at the beginning of the year not to buy supplies?
You know, here's the other issue, though, that some principals are concerned about waste. And you may have some teachers, for example, who are very wasteful in the amount of paper they use. So they'll try to limit the teacher to say, here's the amount of paper you should be using. So the next thing you know, a teacher's complaining that they're not being given enough paper because they're trying to conserve to a point where they're not wasting. So sometimes the principal may not be buying the paper they need to buy, and I think that's true. Sometimes teachers may be complaining because they've been given allocations based on concerns about waste. We limited at the high schools student printing of papers, and they do have options for printing reports in the high school. But one of the things we found is, students would print a 20-page report 3 times as they were trying to, rather than correcting it on the screen, they would just kept printing out copies. So I sometimes feel like I'm get caught in these issues in the community, because the reality is we have some waste going on, and we're trying to find ways to cut waste. And at the same time, we have an obligation to provide basic supplies for students. So obviously, we need to have more conversations with our principals around that.
The people who come forward to us, they think that there's inadequate funding. They continue to talk about when will the cuts cease? When will we stop cheating our kids out of, or not giving our kids what they need to be able to either have textbooks or have paper to write on, or batteries to run calculators, and there's a real lack of understanding. The message doesn't. I don't know how to get that message out there. It seems like the message really is, if we have the money, then we should be buying it. If we don't have the money, then I guess we should be either allocating it differently or having that discussion you're talking with the principals. But to have it get out, it seems to have gotten out pretty far in the community too. I mean, it's very, very common.
Yeah, some of that started earlier in the year because we cut the allowance by 10% on short notice. But we do have sufficient funding to meet basic supply needs of our students, so I'll work on that with our principals.
And what's this? Is there a problem having textbooks? I mean, we heard that again. I've heard that 2 years ago. I heard it last year. I heard it two Tuesdays ago when we had our aldermanic meeting, talking about there aren't enough textbooks. People are supposed to be making copies, but they can't get they can't find any copy paper to be able to have the copy of the lesson or that part of the chapter that they're supposed to be studying tonight. And every budget, I went back 2 budgets, and the last 2 years we haven't. Of course, the last 2 years you had some tight budgets, but when you look at where the money was spent, there was a surplus in the last 2 years of over $100,000 under this line textbooks. $100,000 total over 2 years. I mean, 1 year you had a surplus of $4,000, but in terms of priorities, when you decide that these are your needs for textbooks for next year in this particular budget, you've reduced your requirement for textbooks next year, even though we don't seem to hear that from the parents. How does that really happen, that we get the proper books that we need? Is there some kind of procedure?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure we have sufficient funding for the textbooks we need on our replacement schedule. Yeah, I mean, I think...
Are these replacement books?
Well, textbooks could fall under a couple pieces. They could be a new textbook adoption, or a new resource adoption. For example, Curriculum and Evaluation Committee this week approved moving forward to the board purchase of, well, I know it's science. It's resource kits, if you will. So the concept of textbooks is kind of getting a little bit complicated, because we're oftentimes purchasing supplementary materials and developing curriculum outside of just an individual book. But the Curriculum Committee approved moving forward with purchase of $56,000 in curriculum resource materials to kindergarten and first grades. So that's been adequately funded for what we want to do there. In a few years, they'll need to replace a few of those from wear and tear, or additional students move into the district, and that's where that piece falls on the principal's budget. And that's where the principal should come through and purchase those replacement materials. So in some instances, you may have textbooks that are, in some instances, you do have textbooks that are so old, they're not being published in that version anymore, and that's why the teachers are making copies, because we're behind on our textbook replacement schedule. In some cases, maybe they haven't purchased the additional books, and they should. So it could be different things.
Can I just jump in to answer that?
Yep, go ahead.
So 2 things on the textbooks. I think one of the things we, as the board, since a lot of that does get handled at the school level, like you said, when we have a book that's already been out, I mean, we have a replacement schedule that really the book should last. They do buy used books, they might go on eBay or something and buy a used book if they can find that same book. But I don't think we have, I don't know that there's a system that says we have, we lost 4 books this year. Sort of monitoring that at each school is not something that's done on a routine basis. And so sometimes you do get these classes that happen where maybe somebody doesn't have enough books just at the beginning of that year and they didn't get purchased. So that's a problem. I think that's something we have to look at. But in terms of new books, I mean, we buy enough books for, new classes or new curriculum that move forward. And going back to paper, I mean, if I could scream from the hills to tell them to, use all the paper you need, I would tell you that when I went and looked at this, I don't think we've used any less reams of paper for all the discussion of how much we're trying to conserve. So it's not working, and you get this perception that, we don't have books, we don't have pencils. I mean, you're nickel and diming to try to save money, and I think part of that is where it happens. It's a very small budget that the principal has to be able to work with, and paper is a big line item in that budget, and so they're trying to manage it. And we may need to look about changing that so that the perception is more accurate as to what we're really providing.
As far as the surplus on textbooks, were you referring to the $166,000 versus $89,000 surplus this year?
No, I was talking about what the actual expenditures were for the last 2 years.
Okay.
The expenditures, I have the expenditures for July 7th through
Compared to
June
budget.
30th, 2008. Those textbooks, we were, that year, we had budgeted 285. We only spent 221. We spent 77% of budget. And then I have the same numbers for last year. Combined, it was $100,000, but I think that I hear this a lot. I'm sympathetic. I know it's difficult for the stories. Some of these stories are pretty, I'm sure the parents are very frustrated with it. They think that we're, as a city, we're not able to provide something as basic as a textbook or copies of the lesson plan for their child to get his best effort forward in that class, And I mean, if you go through the audio minutes from the last aldermanic meeting, there's several people, I think, that talk those kind of stories. I'm sure they're not making those up. So somewhere along the line, the teacher isn't able to get the right response out of the principal, wherever it is that he has to talk to he or she has to talk to have a cool head prevail and move forward. Because I'm sure these stories, a lot of these stories, have struck home with them, and that's why they continue to come forward to us and ask us to stop cutting. And I don't feel that we've I don't know what a proper number is. I just know what numbers are in the budgets, and I don't see those monies fully expended at the end of the year. And it just gives that perception, and I hear this all the time. You keep spending less and less. You keep trying to give the schools less and less assistance in providing the full breadth of needs that they need. And I'm not really sure that how that PR gets out there, how people get that perception, but I certainly don't agree with that. When I look at the way that we fund the schools, I think we've made a very serious effort at doing adequate funding. I know there's a limit to just how much money there is, but I think we've tried to make that effort, and that perception just comes back and back year after year. And I know they're not conjured up stories. They have no reason to do that. So, if there's some way to, I don't know what the principals gain. Are they worried about running out of money by the end of the year? So or what would be their benefit from running positive in their paper account?
If I give you
Any
50, I don't know
benefit from that?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but if I give you $50,000 for the year to buy various supplies for the school, and $44,000 of that is paper, I've got a big incentive, right? I've only got $6,000 of money that I might be able to buy other things with. Right. So I want to try to reduce. That's my biggest. It's just like what we try to do, right? You look at your biggest line item and you try to reduce it. That's what they're doing. They have a very small budget, but that's the biggest item in it by far.
And if he shows you his receipts that he's bought what he needed, that he's bought paper, he hasn't bought mechanical pencils, or he's bought strictly paper and pencils and his needs, and he can't live within his budget, what's his choice at that point? Ask you to transfer funds. I mean, it isn't like he has to all of a sudden, no, you can't have any paper for the last 2 months of the year.
That's where the cascading effect happens, because we may tell them, no, we can't transfer funds. Like, we're coming into the end of this year, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that the numbers that we're looking at are looking on track to have a slight surplus. But one of the things you're stopping is allowing people to go and buy those things to make sure you come in the end of the year. Now, they may be able to expend their budget at the end because that's the allocation they had, but you're managing that number, so they may not get that number. So, you know, they have what they have and they're managing it. I mean, that's human nature, I think, if you have a budget.
Could you, one thing that I wasn't gonna ask, I just kind of gave up on this, I think, a couple of meetings ago, but do you have a policy for cell phones in the school department? Who can have them, how much they're reimbursed for them? Do you have a policy?
I don't know if we have a policy. I was around, we have a policy of acceptable use, I believe, but as far as who has them, we put a practice into effect probably about 10 years ago, and it was around security concerns and the need to be able to reach administrators, or administrators needing to call. So typically, we have about 60 cell phones we provide, which would include all principals, assistant principals, directors, central office staff, and some assistant directors. Maybe it's less than that.
You know what your yearly expenses are for cell phones?
I don't know if you have that breakout, Dan, within the...
No, it's, I don't have the specific broken out for
We've,
that.
there are only a few of us who have, go beyond cell phone service to include, you know, PDAs where you can download email and the like, because of the cost of those email services. So typically, we only provide basic cell phones. And we do, again, do that for security and safety reasons. So we can reach principals after hours if the switchboard is closed, when, you know, a student is missing off a bus or something like that. Or we've had principals use them when the phone system goes down to the school and they can't call out.
So you don't know what that cost is?
No, we can get that for you. We tie in with the, I think, the fire department by design to their plan.
All set?
Yes, I am.
Alderman McCarthy.
Yeah, back on the supply accounts, how do we audit what the money gets spent for?
Well, we go through the typical purchase order process that articulates what they're buying. I mean, I'm not, what audit process would you be looking at beyond that? I mean, we don't have an audit process
To
for...
be delicate about it,
Yeah.
I think that sometimes the complaints we hear about paper and pencils and books have to do with saving up out of the allocation accounts to buy things that the building wants that may not be what the central office would spend money on for the students. And I'm wondering how we check and balance that happening.
Well, we see all of the items coming through, and I guess I would say that there could be an element of that. But it's not that they're not buying things we would say you shouldn't be buying, it's that they're buying things. You know, I'm going to say this. We have had a very difficult time in our budget in the last 3 or 4 years. We have cut ourselves to the point where we're not buying technology anymore. We have teachers taking technology out of their curriculum. And so one of the things I see principals saving up for is overhead projectors, not the old-fashioned ones, but the projectors you affix on the ceiling to project out, because teachers are trying to get web content out in the classroom, and we're saying to principals, we have no money for that. So if they want a ceiling-mounted projector, the only way they can get it is cutting paper, to be quite candid. And that is not the place you want a school district to be in the 21st century. So this notion that we've been adequately funding the schools in the last 3 or 4 years, in my opinion, is not there. And it's not to say, you know, Alderman Deane, you had said to me once in the last 3 years, you've funded the budgets we've brought to you, or that the mayor has proposed, and I think that's true. So I'm not trying to suggest you haven't been funding the budgets we've been bringing, but we've been under some real tight constraints to the point where we're not funding basic needs. Now, we should be funding paper, and I believe we have enough money for paper. But a lot of what principals are trying to set aside money for is technology, because we're not providing it in any other way. So you're hearing some frustration to me, because I don't want the perception out there to be we've been adequately funding the schools for the last 3 years, because in my view, we have not been. And we're at a point now where our technology is about 10 years behind relatively poor districts in the state. So we need to do a better job funding schools.
I absolutely agree with that, but I think that job needs to be done on Lead Street and not at the individual school locations.
And I would
because
agree.
The decisions on what technology we're going to buy properly belong before the administration and the Board of Ed.
And one of the things you do see in this budget is an allowance of $300,000 to start to restore technology. We also don't have a clear vision of what it means to purchase technology that we think will make a difference for instruction. So we've had a committee working on that this year, and we expect by the end of the year they'll be able to make a preliminary report to the board. So when we do start reinvesting in technology, there's a clear sense that it's the right decisions to be making. So I don't disagree with anything you've said.
And actually, if we could just follow on to that point, because you and I had a discussion the other day that the $300,000, when do we anticipate making the expenditures that represents?
There's about maybe $80,000, I think, that our Director of Technology, Rick Fahrenkoff, has suggested would need to be purchased for infrastructure on the network, some very expensive switches. So I would think fairly soon he'll come forward for that, and we would take that to our board because we've not said what we would spend that allocation on. For the remaining pieces, I think we really need to see a preliminary copy of that report to get a good understanding of what the priorities would be.
So I want to tie that back to a couple of other questions I asked this evening regarding the reinstatement of the teachers, et cetera, because we had discussed how that might be done. And I did ask legal to prepare a piece of legislation to appropriate that $300,000 out of the school capital reserve fund, which should appear on our next agenda. That would potentially allow us to free up $300,000 in the operating budget towards that $480 that we need to find to reinstate the high school teachers. The reason I asked when we'll know about the severance numbers is basically if we can hold off if we can approve a budget that has enough money in it to cover that and then defer the decision on some of the expenditure on the technology until we know what the actual impact on the severance is, we can then make a decision down the line on whether to spend that out of the operating budget or out of the capital reserve fund. And I think that may be a good tool for us to understand and address some of Alderman Deane's concerns over what the impact is in the severance account, but be able to take the actions in the budget to reinstate the $480,000. There may be some other opportunities that are like that. So I just wanted to bring that up, and the legislation is in process at the moment, and I think that'll give us part of a start towards getting back to where we wanted to be.
If I could just follow up, that the context for that, though, was the Board of Education has requested to bond the HVAC projects.
And I also put in a request for a bond resolution to cover the 2 HVAC projects and the roof, the switchgear, and the fire alarm replacement at Elm Street.
Yeah, and then all that fits.
And then we can discuss
Right.
those pieces and which ones we're doing and which ones we're not. Just so that everybody understands, there is a concern that the reimbursement from the state enters a moratorium at the end of June. So if we want to get state reimbursement on any of these projects, there is some urgency to get to a point where we have them funded. I don't know what the total of that comes down to, because I just sent legal the individual amounts. We have about $2.5 million towards the first of the HVAC projects. This would fund the remainder of that one, the Ledge Street project, and those 3 at Elm Street that I mentioned. I did want to get back to the computers, because I had asked, how are we addressing alternative service delivery to try and get some efficiency with technology and elsewhere? And I think one of the things that was discussed is the concept of doing online learning labs where we can use web content or individually developed content. And I think that is I'd love to do more of that this year if we could. I don't know that we can strictly from a how do we manage that project and expand it perspective, but I think going that direction in the long term offers us a lot of ability to provide alternatives that we couldn't otherwise provide for classes that wouldn't meet minimum sizes, but we can actually offer for credit if they're available online and that sort of thing, and also the ability to be more flexible with where students are and what they're doing at various points during the day, which allows us to work out some of the staffing issues and the issues that we've been talking about. So I'm very happy that we're moving forward with some of that as well.
Yes, and we'll continue to do that. What Alderman McCarthy is referring to is the fact that with the study halls coming in, we've looked at creating some online learning labs at the 2 high schools, so we could shut off perhaps 35 freshmen and sophomores into online learning labs with free content right now, at least for the next few years, through the Virtual Learning Academy that New Hampshire has. And we'd have to use that $300,000 towards those labs. The only difficulty there is we're in such a state of disrepair at the elementary level, we're reaching a point where we can't run report cards. So if we're putting all our money into new online learning labs, we don't have any money to replace our 12-year-old computers. But that is something we should be doing. You're absolutely right, and that is if there is a positive outcome to all of that, that might be one of those elements.
Went to the professional services. Well, I notice you have litigation-related expenses. Is that for bringing an attorney in to do some negotiating?
That would include that. It's any outside attorney's fees, but certainly that would include that.
And your auditing, outside auditing, is that to?
That's the annual, we have an audit on the student activity funds each year. That's what that is.
Your professional services, any questions in there? Advertising, now we're into the transportation. I guess you can answer that question that was asked earlier that gentleman had about,
Sure. Looking at Nashua Catholic in particular, we have 4 buses now that travel across the entire city. So the routes tend to be very long because you only have 4 buses for the entire city because you have a low concentration of students across the city. What we've done is restructure those routes so that those students just get on their neighborhood bus, and you would have a significant number of neighborhood buses running at the middle school level. And then when they get to their middle school, they would hop on a shuttle bus for those students over to Nashua Catholic. And I think this was done in context with reworking other routes to try to become more efficient. And in the end, they were able to save 3 buses through that process. Now, we've actually cut 7 buses over the last 2 or 3 years. 3 special ed buses and 4 regular buses. So our students, our public school students, are facing longer routes than they were a few years ago anyway. So now there's an impact on the private schools in the way we're doing that. But in some cases, students may actually see a shorter route because they were hopping on a very short neighborhood route to get to the school before they hop on the shuttle bus. So in some cases, students will see longer runs, but in some cases, students will see shorter runs. And And by being able to restructure all of those routes, not just to Nashua Catholic, but to Bishop Girton as well, tied in with some other work that our Director of Transportation did to restructure some of our other routes, we were able to eliminate buses. And basically, you buy a bus for a day. And we use them on 2 or 3 tiers, but you buy a bus for a day. And so what we were doing is eliminating wholesale buses under our contract. But, but as we talk about, and I apologize for getting frustrated a few minutes ago, but we have been cutting things in this district ever since we opened the high schools. Okay? When I was talking to staff the other day about those study halls, I was saying, well, we have 3 paraprofessionals in each library who can help supervise students in the libraries. And the person turned and said, no, we don't. We got rid of those a few years ago. We have 1 paraprofessional now between the 2 libraries. We've cut technology out. We've got higher class sizes in our high schools over the last 3 or 4 years as those numbers have grown. So we've been cutting in different ways in different places for 3 or 4 years now. And one of the ways we've cut is transportation. We've cut 7 buses without any appreciable, well, we've had some drop in students, but we've also got longer bus runs. And so in some regard, in my mind, what they're seeing in the private schools is perhaps similar to what we've been seeing in our own public school routes. But in the end, I don't think we'll have students on unrealistically long bus routes. And we had to cut $3.8 million out of our budget. We had to look at a lot of different things to be able to get there. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the context of all of it. And we shuttle kids into high schools all the time. I mean, kids will come into North and they have their first classes at South and they'll hop on a shuttle bus to South. So our own students are doing that on a regular basis.
Alderman McCarthy?
Yeah, on transportation, just in case you think you ducked me commenting on the planetarium at any point during the evening.
Somehow you're going to wrap the planetarium into transportation.
Absolutely, yes.
Did you buy him his light bulb and get it over with?
We actually have a meeting set up, and Mr. Hollowell's been talking to the astronomy club, and so we're working on it.
I note that the Broad Street PTO has graciously volunteered to pay for bringing in one of the people with a portable planetarium and do a day presentation at Broad Street School in the gymnasium. And I submit that we shouldn't have to do that. Right. And the issue there is we've cut out the ability to transport kids to the piece of technology that we have that works at South. And the last time I brought it up, I got a response from the person who is in charge of it, and apparently it is open and available, but we have no capability to use it because we don't have transportation to get kids there at this point.
Well, one of the, initially I thought the concerns were all around repairs. And as I talked to the principals, I realized that in order to provide the services we were providing, we had a teacher who was released from teaching 2 classes a day so that they could both develop the programs and then host the programs for all the schools coming in. And so when there was a turnover in staffing, I think, they didn't feel they had the additional periods with the class sizes that they had. So as Mr. Hall and I were talking about the other day, you could look at bringing volunteers in to work with that. So we're going to continue to work on that issue and get the planetarium repaired and see what we can do to offer those programs in that.
I heard the planetarium was in disrepair.
Well, there may be some repair issues, but I don't think that's not the driving issue. I think it's more the staffing.
We bought it from a planetarium repairman, so it ought to be easy to get it fixed.
Yeah.
You all set, Alderman McCarthy?
Yep. Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'm actually going to have to leave because I need to drop my car off and my wife will need to pick me up, and she needs to be at Broad Street to work with our lovely school children in about 8 hours, so.
See you later.
Thank you.
Alderman Clemens?
Thank you. Briefly, I just want to, if I can, just jump ahead to the bottom line of the budget. I just want to compare something that the superintendent brought up, keeps bringing up, is the cuts that we've done. And the Aldermanic approved last year was 88,480. Obviously, we overran that. How much did we overrun that by?
The deficit this year that we identified as shortfall.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking this year or last year?
2010.
And which is this year. The deficit we identified in July was about 3.6 million. So we caught, our expenditures by 2.8 million, and the Board of Aldermen came up with a difference of 850,000, plus another 150 for the out-of-district placement account.
Plus another 600,000 for the teacher's contract
Well,
that initially passed.
Not in FY10.
Yeah,
Right, that would have been the prior year. I
Right.
believe.
Mm-hmm.
so, okay, if I could continue.
Yeah, go
So,
ahead.
so really because what I want to get to is a number that the dollar amount that we've spent, not, I know that I guess it would be 800,000 over that 88,480 would be that amount, so almost $1 million more.
Would have been the 850, right.
Right. So
89,280.
I guess my question then becomes, is it really, because what we jumped the cost from that, so from roughly 89 million to 93,425 is what is requested in the department here. So, we're not talking $800,000 though to keep it at what it was last year. If we had fully funded the budget, we're talking about more than that. Is that correct?
Originally projected to maintain all of our current service levels for next year, you need about another $6 million. Some of that was increases in salaries or other contractual increases like transportation. That was a big chunk of it, certainly. Some of it was increasing costs of special education. A great deal of it was finally budgeting our true liabilities, which we hadn't done. So collectively, all of those added up. Some of that was the loss of the CTE revenue for $718,000 that was no longer available. That's why you see the budget increasing, even though we had to make $3.8 million in reductions, because we had the salary increases on top of not accounting for our obligations to the tune of $3.6 million. And some of that $2.8 million we cut out this year came back in. There were positions we left vacant that we needed to fill, for example, like our math science curriculum supervisor position.
Right. I think that it's I tend to agree with you that in the past the budgets have been definitely lean, and I think that this is when you see a jump of 4 million in 1 year, I think you're looking at a problem that's been compounding.
Right.
And in my opinion, I don't think that the 4 million is enough to fix the problem. And I think that the bottom line that we're going to have to face here is making a decision between whether or not we want to place a value of importance on the education in the city, or continue down the road that we've been going, which is to just keep cutting our schools and hoping that somehow we educate our children well. It's not a decision that I'm going to be taking lightly, but I think that I think that we have some opportunities within this budget and through some creative thinking to at least restore some of the cuts that that have been made, at least at the high school level, and maybe a few other places as well. And that's something that hopefully we can work towards as a board and try to minimize some of these drastic cuts. So with that, I wanted to just state that, and like Alderman McCarthy, I have to get going myself. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the latitude.
Anytime. Moving on, any other questions in the transportation?
No, but I don't have a question for transportation, but my notes show that the 2010 budget for the school department actually was $87,600,000. And I think that's what's happened here, is if you look at line 99985, it shows $850,000 as a department budget adjustment.
Right.
That's the added funding. So the difference between 88,480, which is the bottom line for fiscal year 2010, that includes the 850, that supplemental that we moved over. And the difference year over year, after the 850 is now added into that base of 88, the 88,480 is 93,425. So actually, the budget has gone up $5 million, not $4 million. That 850 is added into the old base.
Yep.
So it's just, if you really don't appreciate what the mayor has really done here. That 5.6 is 5.6. It includes, it's over and above the 850 from the previous year.
Alderman Deane.
Yes, Mr.
I
Holloway.
think everybody on the Board of Education, the superintendent, everybody in administration certainly appreciates exactly what the mayor did. So I think we do understand.
No, but
the
what was implied
magnitude.
earlier?
I understand,
contrary to
but
that.
there was a general statement made. I just want to make it clear that we are very happy that the mayor supported our budget from our end.
Miscellaneous services.
Alderman Dean.
Alderman Craft.
I just have a question on the athletic transportation. How does the pay per play work into this? Does it help offset this 122,000?
The, initially, we had proposed about I think it was $85,000 in reductions. I had proposed to the board elimination of ice hockey and skiing based on the cost per pupil. And so there was a discussion that led to the institution of the activity fees, both to restore those programs and also to help balance the budget through that contribution to the cost of the athletic programs. So we'd have to identify which particular lines you would use, or whether you'd use some type of adjusting line to pull $200,000 out of athletics into that special revenue fund. So the fund's already established through the special revenue fund we have. And I'm not sure, I don't know if we've identified specifically how we would do that yet, but we'd work with Mike Gilbar. Work that through.
Thank you.
Alderman Lees Golda.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Conrad, just a quick question about those pay-to-play, pay-to-participate fees. Will there be a flat fee per activity, or will those fees be varying according to one's ability to pay? In the past, we had discussed that free and reduced lunch students would have reduced fees. Is that still the plan?
First of all,
and will they be advertised if that is the plan?
It will be advertised. Right now, we have really a draft proposal before the Board of Education, so I think we have to finalize that. But Dan, perhaps you want to talk a little bit about the particulars of it?
The proposal we put together to come up with the 200,000 basically did provide for no charge for those children on free and reduced lunch. And it had I think 3 different levels of costs to pay for various sports. And there was a general activity fee, I believe, that was about $25 per person. So that's what the proposal put together is. We haven't finalized that. We have to work on a lot of the details, but that's what we use to come up with the $200,000.
We do have a board-appointed committee that's looking at some of these related questions.
Mr. Hollowell?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the fund that's going to go into. There is an issue that we're looking into because we have the activity fee. That fund is actually set up for athletics. So in theory, we really can't spend it on activities. So we would probably be coming forward with legislation either to change the meaning of that particular fund or to generate two funds. Probably one fund would be a better idea, so that the activity fee money can go in and then be expended for activities as opposed to athletics.
Mr. Vaughn?
Yeah, one more point on the athletics proposal is that that would actually offset a part of the athletics budget is athletics transportation. So those funds would offset some of the transportation, which is what Alderman Craffey's question was around, I think, 55005.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dowd?
I don't know how close we are to wrapping up, but I have an early morning meeting. I'm going to have to leave as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions in 59? Seeing none, we'll turn the page to other furniture and fixtures. Before they start running out of names, huh? It's just other equipment. Equipment rental. What are we buying for motor vehicles? This staff vehicle, what's that? Is that a new truck or something? At 57,000, Mr. Donovan?
Yes, both, there's two trucks that we have purchase leases on.
Is 68 double lot 3 staff vehicles?
Those are the trucks.
That's the two trucks.
Two
Those, are those the new six-wheelers I got, the dump trucks?
Yeah, the two, yeah. One's like a year old, the other's
Yeah.
about 3 years old.
Office equipment, other equipment, buildings, grounds, and maintenance. In these lines here, Mr. Conrad, how much stuff got rolled into this bond that is coming down the pike? It was taken out of here. You know, every time I watch one of those meetings, next thing you know, they're replacing a pipe and the ceilings are coming down and the lockers are going out and Mr. Smith wanted to bond $70,000 to paint a inside of a school and...
The bonding proposal from the Board of Education would include the two HVAC projects that are already being worked through on the Joint Special School Building Committee for Fairgrounds and Charlotte. And, I'm sorry, Fairgrounds and Ledge. And it included upgrade of electrical systems at Elm Street and a partial roof replacement at Elm Street. And Alderman McCarthy had talked about only...
The enunciator panel, too.
Right. And he's talked about perhaps parceling out some of those pieces and not doing those. But the intent of that is to preserve money in the capital improvements project for two purposes. One is those smaller projects that we have ongoing, like repaving a portion of a parking lot, repairing a portion, replacing a portion of a roof, that we know we have on our docket in the coming years. And then also being able to repurpose those funds, some of those funds over the next couple of years for our reinvestment in technology. So those wouldn't come through these minor repair counts here. These are large ticket projects.
About the 2.5, are you talking about reprogramming that 2.5 million that
No, I think it's
was
the
left over from the high schools?
No, I think it's
No.
the 4.2 million, 4.3 million remaining in the capital reserves. Because if you don't bond, you're going to use all of that capital reserve funds plus the 2.4 to pay for the two schools for those HVAC systems.
2.4 was the balance that was left over from the high school projects?
Right. And then you're going to use all of your capital reserves. You're not going to be able to do any work at Elm. You're not going to have any money for replacing the field at Stella Stadium in a few years, and you won't have any capital reserves or money built into your annual operating budget for basic capital improvements. So this would buy us some time of a few years to work down the duration of the remaining balance on those capital reserve funds, in addition to perhaps funding technology.
Thank you.
Sure.
Major system repairs. Maintenance automotive parts. That went up 15,000. Is that the sign of an aging fleet?
Bingo. That's what it is.
You have a city car?
No.
No? Well, if you drive from school A to school B, do they pay you mileage? Is that part of you? Are you under a contract, or you're
I don't have a contract.
you don't
at
have a
this point.
contract here?
We'll get one in shape for next year for him.
Don't spend all your money on payroll now.
Just on the good ones.
I never hear anybody bring that up, but that's what happened. That's what happened, and that's what caused these problems. It hasn't been reductions in budget. Any questions in insurances? Again, this vision admin is something that the rank and file has, so the administration, what's that, for buying eyeglasses and things like that for the?
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
They pay 100%?
Of the vision?
Yeah. Is that vision insurance, or is that?
I think it's vision insurance. It's the premium on vision insurance.
Why would that be out, well, like the dental, why is the dental outside?
Well, there are a number of benefits that are outside. By outside, do you mean that they're not picked
Outside
up
of
where
the
the other
big-
benefits are?
Yeah, why is it outside of that?
We've been, I've talked with Mike about this,
Yeah.
and we said, if you get 95% of them, why don't you take the rest of them? So we're trying to get them moved in. A couple of them, the long-term and short-term disability, those were about a year ago put in as part of the custodian contract. So for some reason, they weren't added to the city package. And the dental insurance for the school, there might be a technicality around why that wasn't moved into the city, but we have talked about that. So if it's doable, that's the way we're gonna work towards doing it going forward.
But that's your premium, right?
Right.
Yeah.
They were always outside the budget when I was here, and at that point, I don't think Carol Anderson wanted to move them in. But we're amenable to moving them in with all of the other benefits, because I think we agree with you, it doesn't seem to make sense to have a few benefits sitting here and most of the benefits sitting over there and how they're funded, so.
I remember when they took the teacher's dental out. Don't you remember that?
I do.
There was a good reason for that. I mean, there was X amount of money put in there, and whatever the premiums were.
Right.
They paid the premiums, and then they took the rest of the money and divided up amongst all the employees. You know, it was just, here's what the premiums are, here's the benefit, just pay the premium. But,
So we're open to restructuring that line with other benefits.
well, it just
in the
makes
city.
sense to put it all in that one area instead of having it
It does.
scattered all over the place. Special education tuition. Wow. Special education tuition / court. Any questions in this area? $4 million. Travel local mileage, conferences and seminars. Any questions there? Educational assistance, is this contractual? At 215,000? That's a lot of money. That's contractual?
Yes. That's the teacher reimbursement? Yeah.
Conference and seminar registrations, membership dues. What are we members of for $72,604? Is that the?
That would be for every principal and assistant principal to have a membership in the National Principals Association.
What does the city gain, what does the city gain from that? What does the students gain from the principal being a member of that?
Well, you know, I'm a member of the Administrators Association and the National, or the American Association of School Administrators. Dan's a member of the ASBO International. What you receive, I think, is a chance to stay up with your field, because you generally have access to publications, webinars, daily newsletters in some cases, that really highlight the best practices in your field. So it's a form of staff development, and I think you're going to find it's pretty common wherever you go. I wouldn't want to say to a principal, you can't belong to a professional association. And they're limited in the ones they can join. I mean, they don't belong to 3 or 4, at least not at our expense. But some of that is also memberships by the district. For example, NESDEC is viewed as a membership. They do our annual enrollment projections we talked about earlier, so that would be a membership. So there's some corporate memberships in there, if you will. But you know, it's basically.
So we got you and the principals and the NESDEC and what else? That's $72,000. That covers, what, about 18 people?
No, we would have principals, assistant principals, administrators who might have memberships would probably be 40 people, and then your NESDEC membership would be several thousand. New Hampshire School Administrators Association would be several thousand. There's a New Hampshire School Boards Association that we belong on behalf of our board. They're all pretty basic professional organizations that you would typically find staff or school districts anywhere being a member of. I think it adds up because of the size of our district. I think that's part of what you're seeing.
The more the buildings, the more the personnel, more the memberships, I guess. Dues and subscriptions, special awards and events, departmental budget reductions. I believe Alderman Flynn went over this. I wish Alderman Clemens was here when Alderman Flynn alluded to the fact that $850,000 that was added into the base. But anybody else have any questions? Not. The school district review is over. Unfinished business is none. New business resolution. Resolution 1026, relative to transfer of $15,000 from account 591-86-5 FY 2010 general contingency into account 503-11 Board of Aldermen payroll full-time. Alderman Presley, are you here to discuss this in great length?
I am not. I'm not a member of the committee, but it'd be fine if you want to table this and discuss it another time.
Yep, I will move to,
someone else is going to have to
okay,
table.
I will move to table. Discussions on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. New business ordinance is none. Tabled in committee is R1023. There's a public hearing tomorrow night at 7 p.m. in the Nashua High School North Auditorium. And a general discussion. There's none. No need for a non-public session. Is there a motion? Alderman Cox.
Move to adjourn.
Motion is to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, and we're adjourned at 11:49. Thank you all.